Let me say one
Okay,
thing, bro,
good.
because you went for a mile or a while, bro. And I'm Muslim, so I just want to say one thing. One thing. The
Okay, say.
Bible never made the claim to be the word of God. It never makes the claim. It doesn't make the claim. Now, if you want to balk up at something, come at Quran. Come at Quran, but know your facts. Because Allah says in Quran, if this is not the word of God, then produce a chapter like it or similar to it. But if you can't, which I know you can't, then fear the fire who fuels men in stone that's prepared for those who disbelieve. So if they wanted to refute Islam, all they have to do is produce a chapter like a chapter in Quran.
They can't. It's
Bottom line.
impossible.
Amir,
It's
I feel like you
impossible.
have no idea of anything in Islam because you do not even know that if anyone is a kafir, which is a non-believer, you deserve to be killed, is what it said. You literally
Oh,
just said
hold up. Let's address the first
a
point first.
delusional person.
Can anyone bring a chapter like a chapter in Quran? Has anyone done it over 1400 years?
Is it a chapter or a surah? And you don't even know
A
how to.
chapter is a
You're so
surah.
stupid. You're so stupid. I swear
A
to God.
chapter is a surah. I'm
Leo,
giving it
don't
to you
call
in
people
English
stupid.
because I
You
know they're not
understand?
Arabic
I have
speaking
a question
people.
for you. Leo, I have a question for you. Why are you calling people
Yeah,
stupid?
sure. What's up?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What makes you an atheist?
Pardon?
I mean, what makes you think you are an atheist? What makes you an atheist?
I never told you what my spiritual beliefs are. You're just making assumptions. I've
So what
never
what
stated.
are your spiritual
But
beliefs?
using
I
What
using
what are your
abusive
spiritual beliefs?
words. No, using abusive words on other people, yeah, it's not encouraged.
It's
You
not
mentioned
acceptable.
you
It's not
mentioned that
acceptable.
word
It's
stupid,
because
stupid
I
so many
was
times.
Muslim that I'm
What?
aware
No,
of
it was
the
not abusive. She was
inconsistencies of
just
what you're
stating a
saying.
fact. It was
Yeah.
not abusive. She
No,
was just
she
stating
said
a
no,
fact.
no, no, no. She mentioned stupid. That's what I said.
Yeah,
was
but
Wait,
he's
stupid?
not
So many
even aware.
times.
Hold on,
They're
what
everyone.
do you
literally-
believe in, Leo?
Hold on. I had to step out a bit so I could stream this on YouTube. So right now, hey YouTube people, it's being streamed on YouTube. So Leo, did you say stupid?
in terms of like
So what did you refer to as stupid?
as in the way that he was talking about the verses of the Quran, he called them chapters, and I was like, you're literally telling me that I'm unaware of the Quran, yet you do not even know how to say it. I was like, that is a stupid thing to say. I didn't call him
so
stupid.
he wasn't saying that he was stupid.
No.
Oh, okay. But that was
No,
a stupid thing to say. Okay.
Right, can I respond to that, please? Can I
Okay.
respond to that real quick? A chapter is in Arabic is a surah. A ayat is a verse. Allah says in the Quran, as translated to mean, if this is not the word of God, then produce a chapter like it if you are the truthful one, right? So if this is not from God, then you human beings will be able to produce a chapter. And the smallest chapter in Quran contains 3 ayats. 3 ayats. Okay? So I'm just telling you, I'm establishing something. Because what the Christians say is not what the Muslims say regarding the creator of the heavens and the earth. So first, and we do not say that Jesus is God, that's second. We say he's a man, he's a messenger from God. And we say that the Prophet Muhammad, who you can look up from non-Muslims, and they have a biography of this man, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So people that speak bad about Islam, they are ignorant of Islam. And most of these people are people who were Christians at once and debunked the Bible, and so they are away from religion, period. And so they say the Quran too, but they don't even know Quran. This is the truth.
Amir, let me cut you off a little bit and ask you this. Are you saying no? Let me just assure you this. I, Leo here, Afro-Atheist there, if we get down and put our minds together, we can write something so religious and even better than those surah you're talking about. I can assure you.
Bring it forth. Bring it forth. Listen, if they did it, sister, if they did it,
copy.
I wouldn't be Muslim.
I've even got a brand new Quran.
It's impossible.
Brand
it's
new.
Impossible.
Right? What do you mean it's impossible?
Because of time. Quran
and
has, hello? If she write it now, or she write it now in this present generation now, in 200 years to come, it won't be the same. other people
So?
think it will be different. Yes.
So
Yes.
So it has to be changed.
wait, hang on. So now let me understand something.
Okay.
We are now in the modern day. We are even moving away from books. We
Okay.
are moving past books now, right?
Okay.
But you guys are still stuck on books. We are
Okay.
now we becoming more modern. We are
Okay.
evolving, but you are still stuck
Okay, when
on
I said
your
that, excuse me,
on your
when
how
I
many
said that in the
hundred
beginning
years
that
old
God is
book.
a God of evolution, you were against it. Now you are using the word evolving now. Why are you using the word evolution?
Wait,
Look
excuse
at you, I
me.
don't catch you there.
No, please.
I don't catch
Cletus,
my sister there.
Cletus, Cletus, do
Yes,
not,
yes.
Cletus, don't do that. Cletus, do not do that. Don't lie on me now. We as human beings, we are
No,
evolving.
you said evolution.
We
I mentioned
are, we
evolution at the
as
beginning
human.
now.
You
I
said
said
your God.
everybody's evolving.
You said your God evolves. Your God is a God of evolution. That's what you said.
No, I said God is in
No.
charge of the evolution of mankind. That's what I said.
Dad,
We are
that's
all
not what you
evolving.
said. This guy lies.
Oh my dear,
You
this is my
Okay,
definitely
Nigerian
did say
woman
that
everyone.
here.
God is
Okay,
the
hold
God of
on,
evolution.
hold on, everyone. Please, we need to sort this out because now I don't want you to make me out to be a liar, right? Everyone, please,
No.
if you were here
No, I didn't say you
when
lied.
this guy
I
says,
said you were against me. You
no,
were against me using the word evolution.
you just said
Why
that.
now
What
are you using
said,
it?
what you said was that God was the God of the evolution of man. That was not what you said. You said that God is a God of evolution. It was evolving, something along those lines.
But you
Please,
didn't allow
everyone,
me to
I
learn
beg
now.
you.
You didn't allow me to learn.
No, please hold on. Please, I beg you in the chat. I don't need to do a poll. I need you guys, if you were here, you heard what this guy said, because immediately he said it. That's when I now said, are you telling me that your
Yeah,
God changes? Are you telling me that your God? Now he's saying I cannot use the word evolution.
Hey, Miss Afro, can you tell me your contention with Islam and our theology, and tell me, like, I hear you and I hear you speaking to Christians, and a lot of the things you say, I agree. But now because I don't agree with the Christians' theology of who God is. Now we say that God, if I can give you some descriptions of who we say God is, he's the most high. He's the almighty. He's the all-knowing, the all-seeing, all-hearing. So those are some of the attributes of God. And we do not believe that God can become man or human, finite, that he's infinite, that there's a duality between creator and creation. You have the creator and you have the creation. And the creator does not come into his creation. Hold up, bro. Because I need to make this, because when I hear people speaking of Christianity, they were Christians, they became agnostics, they became atheists, and they speak of the Bible. But when they come to Islam, they don't say anything about Islam. They throw Islam under the same bus as if we have the same theology as Christians do. We do not. So I want to know her contention with Islam. Her contention with Islam first starting with who we say God is.
Amir, your theology is actually worse than the Christian
I have read the Quran very well. I have an excellent
I'm
knowledge of the
asking
Quran.
for the contention
I have an excellent knowledge of the
regarding
Quran.
our
And I tell you,
theology of who the creator is. What
Can I-
is what does
Amir,
we
hold on,
does,
hold on,
Muhammad
hold
said
on.
in the
Amir,
Quran
Amir
that there
asked
is
me a
no difference
question.
between Christianity and Islam.
Amir asked me a question. Can I please
I mean, let me just tell him something.
Cletus,
Let me just tell him something.
Cletus.
Amen. Even in the Quran, let me just say just one sentence. I will leave just one sentence, please. I beg you. Let me just respond to Amen. There's a verse in Quran. It said, if not for mischief makers among the Christians and the Muslims, there would have been no distinction between a true Muslim and a true Christian. It is because of mischief makers. You see, by the way I watch the way you are emphasizing it. It's like the way you talk is what promotes this disaffection between the Muslims and the Christians. We know after some time, political Muslims and political Christians, they have taken over religion, and this is what is provoking people to live and become atheists. So they judge God by the standard of people, political Islamists and political Christianity, what they present, and which is not God. God is not a religious God. God is one. And God is truthful. God is the truth.
Exactly.
So
wait,
so
And
hold
listen,
on,
you are
listen,
hold on,
I have
emphasizing
a
the difference.
hold on,
platform.
You are
hold on,
emphasizing the
hold
difference.
on,
But
hold
I have
on,
an excellent.
hold on,
I also had revelation about the Quran.
Cletus,
You understand me now?
Cletus, hold on.
Yes.
So, Cletus, what you're trying to tell me is that
Yes.
your God is watching as the Christians and Muslims are going at each other. They're fighting each other. So he can't come down and come and rectify this. Is that what you're telling me?
It's because you don't have an idea of who God is.
Thank
If you
you
watch
very
one
much.
of my videos, if I explain to you who God is,
Oh, yeah, explain
that
to
God
me.
is spirit.
Explain to me how a God is watching Christians and Muslims disagree with each other, and he can't come down and show himself and tell the people who exactly he is.
Okay, can you let me speak now?
For 1 minute.
That's why I told you that
please.
God.
1 minute. 1 minute.
That's why.
Because
Yes,
I need to bring up
listen
somebody
now.
else.
That's why I
please.
told you that God is spirit. He said, "I am that I am." That is, I can be. I choose to be who I want to be at any time, at any place.
No,
So God is a God in charge of the evolution of man. See, man will learn through experience. That is the best thing. Man learn through experience. If you read, if you discover even Nebuchadnezzar was not a Jewish man. He was not a Jewish king. But if you read the book of Jeremiah, God referred to Nebuchadnezzar as his servant. He told Jeremiah that go and tell the people of Israel, because they are so religious, they are worshiping, they don't feel they are superior to any other race. Instead of them to go and evangelize the world, they concentrated themselves in Jerusalem. And because of that, God got angry. No, this is not the kind of religion I want. God now brought Nebuchadnezzar to come and destroy the temple, and took some remnants with him, like Daniel, to Babylon to train him. Daniel was educated in the ways of Babylon to show you that God is bigger than what the Jewish religion presented him. God is bigger than what even the Islamists presented him. Do you understand me now?
Listen.
But we can in the future, let me bet you, in the future, people are becoming more aware. Like now, they say Muhammad was using sword to defend Islam, all those ones. I said if Muhammad were in this generation, he wouldn't have resorted to the use of sword to defend Islam, because nobody will persecute him when he's preaching. Like in America, where you are right now.
Hold up, bro.
Let let me ask you a
The
question.
Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu the Islam was not spread by the sword. Allah says, "La ikraha fi din." There is no compulsion in religion. The truth stands out over falsehood. Those who fought came to the Muslims to harm the Muslims. You can do this in history. You read it. This is not a belief. What I stand upon is beyond belief. It's facts, historical facts. We can go into the Quran and go about the secret language of the Pharaohs, Egypt, right? How the Bible got it wrong, but the Quran got it correct regarding historically. So the Quran is preserved.
You see, in the final
It's
analysis,
preserved. The same way we recite today is the way they recited in the time of the Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So I want you to get your facts right regarding Islam, because they're out there. But don't go to Christian apologists and don't go to all of these different people. Do your own research on Islam and see why Islam is the fastest growing religion in the world, because it goes with the intellect, it goes with you spiritually, and all of those who left Islam is because some men did some things and they don't agree with it. But that wasn't even
Amir,
Islam.
breathe, Amir, breathe.
Okay, Amir, you asked me a question. Cletus, can you turn off your mic, please? Oh gosh. Amir, you asked me a question. What issues have I got with Islam? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. I'm asking you, what's your contention with the theology of the Muslims, starting first, and then we can trickle down and deal with every point by point, because this is important. If I hear you speaking about the Bible.
Okay. How old was Aisha when your prophet married her?
She was 6.
She was 6 years old. How old was she when the marriage was consummated?
This topic, I think you asked me before, is a sensitive topic.
No, because you're asking me now. You didn't ask me this question the last time you were here. Now you're asking me what
last
is
time
my
I was here,
contention with Islam. right? So I'm
Okay,
hoping
so
if
that's
you
your
answer,
contention.
if you please answer the question, how old was she when he consummated the marriage?
She was 9.
So in today's society, what would have happened to your prophet?
In today's society, it wouldn't have
Yes.
been. It would have been the reason, but why? Because the woman of ancient time was different than the little girl today. Now, Allah says in
No,
Quran
wait, a
that
6-year-old, a 6-year-old is not a woman. Sorry. Because you said
no,
a
I'm
woman in
not.
the
No,
ancient time was different from a woman today. A
right.
6-year-old
Right. You
was
asked me.
not
Right.
a woman.
Right. Let me explain. Marrying and consummation is different, right? So you asked when he married her, right?
Yes.
That's marriage,
Yes.
right?
6
This is
years old.
ancient time, even right. And you ask when he consummate. Now, when do you consummate in Islam? When the woman, when she becomes a woman, meaning that she has a puberty, she has her senses, she understands, and all these things. So this is considered a woman is in Islam, right?
Wait,
So if
hold on.
you
Hold
now,
on,
but if
please.
you're
Hold on.
looking in
Hold on. I
modern
didn't hear you.
lenses,
I didn't hear you. You said in Islam, a woman, she's considered a woman at what age? What did you say the
you can,
criteria was?
you can agree with me on this, right? In different states here in the United States today,
Okay.
marriage is different ages, isn't it? You got some people you can marry at 14 in some states. Some you
Yes.
can marry at 12 today in today's time, right? I mean, you can do your fact check on it, just so we can be on the same line. But even in
Doesn't
today's time, certain countries or certain states in the United States, they marry early, like at 12, 13, 14, 15. But in other
it doesn't make
states,
it
the
right.
girls might not mature as fast, right? So it's based on, you see this fluctuation. It's not a standard. It's not like 18 is the standard age, right? We can't find this throughout history, right? We know even in those countries that weren't Islamic, they did the same thing. If Muhammad did something that was gruesome of something, the people of his time would have wrote it, things about it. They called him a liar. They called him all these different names. They never called him a pedophile. So when you look into the history of that society in that time, it's of what was normal of that time. So just like in America, if they say buying cigarettes once at 21 years old, 18, right? They changed the age to 21. So now but one time it was 18. So it's the law of the land. So if that law of the land says that the legal age to be married is 12 years old, you would be conditioned to that. It wouldn't look gruesome to you. Do you understand that?
Could I
So,
please
Amir,
reply to
Amir,
that?
I have a question.
May I please
just hold
reply
on.
to his
Okay,
response?
I'll let you, Leo, because you're ex-Muslim. Would you like
Yeah.
to do this?
Yes. And where you're saying, okay, if Islam really is the right religion, meaning that no matter in what what generation or what time period, it will always be right. So if they're all knowing, how did it change? Why is it different now than the age limit thing? If they are who we're supposed to follow by example, how is it that Prophet Muhammad got it wrong then by marrying a little child? And just because the marriage in the US is still legal at 14, it's still called child marriage. It's not called marriage. It's called child marriage for a reason, because you cannot consent as a child. And I also just want to show you, because
Leo, those children in America who get married at the age of 14, I think their parents have to give consent, I think.
exactly,
They can't
yeah.
just go into it without consent from the
Right.
parents.
Not even a 17-year-old
Abu
can get married
Bakr,
without consent of a
right?
parent.
So
Oh,
right. So I
okay.
want to answer your question, right? Nice question, right? Now understand that the age of marriage for the woman in Islam is the age of puberty, right? The age of puberty. So
Some
that means
girls,
that the age. Sister,
I got my
please let me
puberty at
understand
the
this.
age of
Were there
11.
teenagers? Was there such thing as teenager in ancient time? Was there such thing as a teenager in ancient time?
I got my
Why does that
puberty at the
matter?
age of 11.
Because it matters, because it tells you are a child, then you're a woman.
But
right?
if
What makes
Prophet
you a
Muhammad
woman
really
is
is,
when you're able to give birth, when you're able to understand things. You understand that?
but what does getting a period mean
Unless you
that
can
you
give me a different
understand
definition of what a woman
things?
is.
How does that?
No,
Oh,
let
give
me
me the
ask.
What's the
standard age.
correlation between that? But also, let me just tell you this: you're not answering the question. If Islam is right and it knows from, like, how the world will end, etc., meaning that we should follow by example. Why did he get it wrong? Because it is
It
logically
didn't get it
wrong
wrong,
now. We
sister.
know it that
Let
it
me
is
answer your
wrong to
question.
marry a 6-year-old. Why
Okay,
did
can
he
I
marry a
answer your
6-year-old
question?
then?
All right,
Yes.
I want to answer your question. I really want you to listen to me.
Okay.
Islam says the age of puberty, right? So now, if I go into these times, 6 years old is not the age. Oh, she's not fully mature at 9 in
So
these
you're
times,
admitting that the
right?
Quran is wrong.
So listen, no,
You're
it's not.
admitting.
You're not listening. You're not listening to me. If she's mature, right? She has to be mature, right?
And how
She has
do
to
you know if she's
understand,
mature? Because she's
right?
bleeding? Because she's
There's
bleeding and she
no
can bear
in that
children, she's
country.
mature?
No, whatever country that you're in, whatever country that you're in, that society that you're in, they will make the law. Do you think that the law of when consensual sex or when a woman can have sex, right? They
This
say
isn't
18,
about
right?
laws. This
Do
is
you
about
hold up, please,
religion.
please.
Religion is
Are you
different
telling
from
me?
laws.
Are you telling me at 18 is when that girl feels her hormones start jumping? Is that 18? Or is it
No,
before
mean
then?
that your
Amir.
hormones
Because I got a
do not
daughter.
determine you
So I'm
being a
speaking as a
woman.
father.
That is
No, let me ask.
ridiculous.
Did you say
Wow.
did you say you're a father, Amir?
He did.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He did.
Okay, so
Your
Amir,
daughter.
Amir, can you marry off your 6-year-old to a 50-something-year-old man?
I still think you're not listening to what I'm saying.
No.
Allah says in
No,
Quran, the
that's
age
a
of
yes or
puberty.
no
The
question.
question is, can you marry your 6-year-old daughter to a 50-something-year-old man?
Yes or no?
In these times, no, I cannot, because the girl normally doesn't reach the age of puberty.
Actually,
Or
6-year-olds
where she
can get their
or-
periods
or-
at 6
right,
years old still today.
right. No, that's what I'm saying to you. Because society is different today, where it's prolonged. The girl goes through teenager. She becomes a teenager, right? So she doesn't go right into womanhood as in ancient times. So we can
Why
all
I
not?
have a
agree
few
on that.
questions.
What's
I have a
the
few questions for
difference?
Amir. Please
There's
let
no
me
such
ask him a
thing. They
few
didn't
questions.
go. You couldn't sit. Listen, the societies. Just please try to understand
No,
and
I
stop
think
being
you're
so
not
attached.
able to
Listen.
Amir,
In the
Amir,
societies today, the
Listen,
societies
Amir.
today are
listen, Amir.
different. You go through these
Amir.
stages. There's more stages that we go through.
But if the
I was
Quran is the
listen.
ultimate
I wasn't
truth, then
considered
it
as a
means that
junior.
doesn't
Let
Listen,
change
us
no matter
first
what the
agree on
answer
one
is.
thing. Let us first agree on one thing. On today's society, or on today's society standards, it's wrong to marry off a teenager. Right,
Who
Amir?
says so? Who says so?
no, not in
So-
every society.
Oh, it is not wrong. Kabir, is
No,
that are
no,
you saying
No,
who
it's
said-
not in every
who said-
society.
Who said so? Is it the law of the society, the civil law, or who? Or is it a scripture?
either way, is it right or is it wrong?
You are saying
What
it's
is wrong with
confined.
you anyway? If you're an
Morally,
atheist,
okay, is it
hold up.
morally wrong?
If you're an atheist, what's wrong to you when your morality is subjective anyway?
Thank
You have a
you.
subjective
Thank
morality.
you.
So
And
what's
who said
wrong
that
with you?
Hang on,
morality is
everyone.
subjective?
Hang on, everyone. But Amir, your morality is subjective too.
My morality
Actually,
is
that is
subjective.
where I was headed.
Your morality is subjective.
It's an objective morality.
No, it isn't.
If in
It
that
is
society,
subjective. It is subjective.
you would agree
to,
with me.
Hold on. Your morality is subjective to whatever sect of Islam you choose to follow, right? There is in Islam, there is the Shiites, there is the
Islam is only one Islam.
Wait,
90% of the
hang on,
Muslim
please.
world,
Hang on. There's the Shiites.
90% of the Muslim
There
world,
is
Sunni.
the Salafis. There is the other one, Sunnis, right?
That's Sunni.
And
It's 90%.
each these people don't
Sister,
agree among each
90% of the
other.
Muslim
Please, can I
world
speak?
is
Can I
Sunni.
speak? Can I speak? This particular sect of Islam, they fight with each other over who is right and who is wrong, right? Unfortunately, the Sunnis, it looks like the Sunnis, they're more. So their numbers, they seem to want to dominate the conversation when it comes to Islam. So unfortunately, Amir, your morality is subjective. your
When
morality
it comes to what part
cannot
of Islam?
be
When
objective.
it,
And it is
when
and it
it
is
comes
so
to
No, I'm
sad.
asking you, what do they
It is
disagree
so
on?
sad that we
Hold
cannot
on.
agree that sleeping with a teenager is wrong. It's so
It's
sad that we
absolutely
cannot
wrong.
agree on that.
It's wrong. And
Whose
even
standard?
Amir cannot, he will not marry off his 6-year-old.
Hold on.
Asking
Let
you
me explain
guys,
to you
by
something.
whose
I want to
standards
ask
is it
something.
wrong?
But Amir,
That's what I'm asking.
No,
if
what
you wouldn't
the
do
question?
it, if you wouldn't do it, then why is it okay? Why would you accept that for another man?
You asked me the
Sleep
other
with a
day the
man
same
either.
question,
But
Afro.
according to this society, that
I
it's
mean,
not about a mere standard. I wouldn't sleep with a man. But this society allows it,
no.
right? The
Okay,
atheist
hold
people,
on,
the
hold on,
agnostic people,
hold
they're
on,
allowed.
everyone. Hold
The
on, hold on,
Marxists,
hold on, everyone. Let Kabir speak. Kabir,
Yes, I can hear you.
yeah, go on.
I said, what is the problem with him getting married with 9 years old girl? What is the problem? Is there any problem after the marriage? Because all of you, every time I come to this your life, you always pose the question to the Muslims that why is it right or wrong? And your belief is quite from my belief. The doctrine of Islam is quite different from your doctrine. It's not when you get married to a 9-year-old that means you go to bed with him.
Oh no,
It
no,
doesn't
no.
mean that.
Listen,
It doesn't mean
Kabiru,
that. So now,
Kabiru,
hold on.
Kabiru,
I
no,
told you the other day.
Kabiru, no. The scripture says he married her at the age of 6
Okay,
and
fine.
consummated at the age of 9.
Okay,
Understood?
fine. Okay,
So
let's
in
take
case
it that
you
way.
don't, in case
No,
you
let's
don't
take
know,
it.
wait, please don't. In case you don't know your Quran, let me tell you. And Amir confirmed it here. Unless you're saying Amir is lying.
I didn't say so.
At what age, Kabir, then did the prophet lay down
What
with
I'm
the
asking,
girl?
who sets the moral standard?
No,
Hold on.
Let's talk
Kabiru,
about that. Who sets the moral standard?
Kabiru,
Is it you or me?
Kabiru, what
I can
age?
hear you. I can
man.
hear you.
What age did your prophet lay down with the child?
It's not known to anyone.
Amir,
it's not known to
don't
anyone.
forget, Kabiru, don't forget.
The
This
age.
is Ramadan.
Yeah,
That is what I'm saying.
This is Ramadan.
Listen.
This
It's
is
no
Ramadan.
need.
And
Listen,
you shouldn't be lying in Ramadan.
We don't have to
that is
cover
why I
up
said
anything as Muslims. We don't have to go with
reduce.
what the modern world or Western world say about what morality is, because the only one that can make that so is God himself. So for someone to tell me what is morals that doesn't even believe in God, where human beings get their morality from, it's from God. So how can you not believe in God and say something about morality when your morality is subjective?
If Amir, if
I wanted
is a
to
personal compass that you follow. It is not about
no,
God. You're just literally
where did you
mixing
get your
concepts
morality
together
from?
because you have nothing to say.
Where did you get your you
yes,
learn everything?
and if you depend on an old ancient book to tell you what is wrong and what is good, Amir, that means that you're not a decent human being.
Yes,
you're not.
Are you listening to yourself?
All right, guys.
I'm asking you a question, but you're not answering my question.
Everyone, hold on a second. Everyone, please hold on.
What's wrong with the marriage?
Hold on, Kabiru. Yeah, there's everything wrong when a 50-something-year-old man has to lay down. A 50-something-year-old man has to lay down with a 9-year-old. Everything wrong with it.
No.
It's immoral.
You say that as a person who doesn't believe in God.
It is immoral. Yeah, you want to say something?
Let me say something. Yes. So, two things to do with where does morality come from in the secular world. That's one question I'm going to answer. Secondly, about the age thing. The first thing is this. Do you know where morality comes from? People say, well, if you're an atheist, you don't have morality. Morality is subjective. That's not true. Morality is something that came directly from when societies were formed. There's something called the social contract. Every nation, from the very first ones, take for example the San people in South Africa, in the Kalahari Desert. The San people are one of the earliest people, genetically and everything. The San people almost didn't have a concept of sin or wrong, because they had a very clear system of treating each other. That's a social contract at a very fundamental level. Okay? And so the point is that you don't need a God. You don't need, and some people were not Christians, you're not Muslims, you're none of the major religions. So the point is that you don't need morality. This is well before Moses. This is well before any of those stories. So the point is that you can have morality without. The reason is that it's basically about your freedom to swing your hand ends where my face begins.
Prove it to me.
Human beings
Prove
give
it to me.
their excess freedom. That's abusive in order to have a society. That's where morality comes from. That's
Stating
the
a
first
cold
question.
fact lie.
The second thing is about
Because societies were in the dark ages, they were filthy, they were dirty. So what are you talking about? There was times they didn't even wash their hands. They didn't even wipe their behinds in certain cultures. They were barbaric.
Those were the European, Amir. Those were the Europeans.
Say the question that I must answer. So that I can answer them first. Thank you. Let me answer them first before I continue. Now, the age problem is this. Now, how do we know, the subjectivity of the age and when a person should be married, blah, blah, blah. The reality is this. We know when the human brain is fully formed. And that's between the ages of 20 or 18 and 24. That's when a human brain is fully formed. Now, you can say, well, if you go back in time, people, acted where basically adults at a much younger age, or they're treated like adults. But the reality is that we know about people like Alexander the Great and stuff like that, and people think that they were doing at very young age. So in modern times, where we have better science, it would have been abusive. But the thing is that Alexander the Great was a secular person. So we can't judge them based on a God who is supposed to be think. We can judge them based on the fact that in those days they didn't know better. But the problem here is the fact that your gods, Islam, Christianity, apparently they didn't know these things also. And that's where there's a big hole the size of a Buick in the problem of your logic. And it's fine if you believe in this thing. But from what you're saying, Amir, it's basically the fact that, in other words, Islam belongs to a different form of morality from the rest of the human race. In other words, it makes sense why people blow themselves up. People say your religion is a religion of peace. When we say there's a problem with people killing people based on what is in the Quran, you say, no, that's just the exception. But what you're just telling us is that it's fine.
So you agree? So you agree that a man should sleep with a man? Do you agree that a man should sleep with a man?
I agree.
What's wrong with that?
So now you agree that a man should go into a man, but if a man marries a girl early, is something wrong with it? Who's twisted here?
Yes, there is.
I agree.
Because it is two people who have agreed.
You gonna tell me what morality is?
I agree.
According to laws, you cannot consent if you are below the age of marriage. You can't consent as a child.
Hold up. Her father married her. Yes. Her father, it was Abu Bakr, which was the prophet's companion. You understand that? That was his daughter.
You agree with
so what are you saying?
Sickening.
This is the way they were in the ancient time. Unbelievable that you guys can sit here and say a man going into a man is not sickening, but a man marrying a 9-year-old woman is sickening.
Amir will not marry his own. Amir will not marry his own daughter, right, to a grown man, but another man doing it is okay with it. I feel so sorry for your children, Amir.
And
I'm so more sorry for yours, because if my daughter, listen, if I lived in a society where my daughter was married, I would feel better for my daughter to be married than for my son to be a homosexual.
Listen, at least two consenting adults is better than a child who cannot give consent. She was still playing with dolls. She was still. Wait, Kabiru.
Let me ask you this.
Kabiru. Wait, hold on. Kabiru.
What was the woman Aisha?
No. Hold on, everyone. Please.
What was the woman Aisha?
Please hold on. Kabiru.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you lay down with a 9-year-old?
I don't understand your question. Can I lay down with a 9-year-old? Can I marry?
Because of TikTok rules.
Okay.
So
I wanted to ask you about the theology of Islam.
Please let me speak. Please let me speak. Kabiru.
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you lay down with a 9-year-old?
If she's not my wife, no.
Whether wife or not.
Okay,
can you
whether
lay
wife,
down?
If she's a wife to me, then I will allow her to reach the age of puberty before I start laying her down.
So you cannot lay down with a 9-year-old?
You don't understand what I
Oh,
said.
so
I said
twisted.
even if even
You
if
know,
I
you
get
guys,
married
you
Please
today,
guys,
stop,
you
Amir.
guys,
hold
Amir,
on,
stop.
argument.
hold on.
Amir, stop. Amir, stop.
It's just twisted. It's twisted.
Amir, please
Yes,
stop.
that's what I said. If I get married to a 9-year-old child today, I will let her mature before I get laid with her. So it doesn't make any sense with me. That's why I'm asking people, what's wrong with the marriage of the prophet?
No,
Is
her,
there any problem after the
her
marriage?
question,
No,
her question
no,
was
no
Did
very
you
problem.
ask
simple.
yourself, who did
Can
I
you
hit
Yes,
lay
I
this
told
down
you
with
wrong?
I
a
can marry.
9-year-old? Yes or
Did you
no?
ask yourself,
If she's
It was a
not
very
my
simple
wife,
question.
did you
it's
ask
not simple
yourself,
question.
Guys,
It's
who
not
was the
simple.
woman?
please tap on your screens, everyone. Please tap on
If
your
she's my
screens.
wife, I told you guys, it's probably yes or no question. But if she's not my wife, because she said a 9-year-old girl, I'm a married man now,
Okay,
and I
Kabiru,
have direct
Kabiru,
question from her.
Kabiru,
Yeah, I can listen to you.
Kabiru.
I'm listening.
Can you lay down with your 9-year-old wife?
Thank you very much. This is a very good question. It's possible for me to lay down with her, but if I find it very difficult to penetrate, hold on, let me tell you the
I'm not
truth.
asking you.
Is she's my
Okay,
wife, right?
All right, go on with your answer.
Good. You have to let me. People are asking me this kind of question, and you asked me more than 3 times in your show. I told you it's not possible for me as to marry a 9-year-old girl and say that I want to force myself into her. That's what people want to hear. For me, as a grown man who knows what he's doing, I will allow her reach the age before I can penetrate into her body. That's just the simple case. What's the difference
age of
between
what?
What
The
is
age of what?
the
Yes,
simple
what is the
age? It may be 11, 12, 14, 15, 16.
Okay, so you wouldn't
Please,
do it at the age of.
somebody call
so
the
you-
police, please.
So you wouldn't do it at the age of 9, huh?
That's what I'm
It's
saying.
insane that it's you know what's
That is what I'm
crazy
saying.
See,
is that
If
this
I'm
is the
pregnant,
argument
can I
that you
say
guys
something? Can I
use
say something?
Black sheep, go
you,
on.
you use this argument to
Yeah.
try to
What
Black sheep,
wow.
go
what
on. Black sheep, go on.
the error we are making as human beings are letting religion determine our morality. If Amir was in the time of Muhammad, I'm sure he would never agree to that. But because Muhammad did it, they believe it's the right thing to do. They don't want to question it. They just want to follow it.
So
So that's just the way it
I
is.
go by what's in my
Can you let the
society.
gentleman speak, please, Amir? Let the gentleman speak, please.
So
I'm
I
conformed to
want
in
to
my
because
society.
with
because
that.
because
That's my
it is
problem.
written that their prophet has done it, they believe it's the right thing to do. That's why they support child marriage. And I'm sure Aisha would be on her own, and Muhammad would just look at her, glare at her, and glance and just find interest. So the interest might be because maybe he's interested in little kids, and because he did it, you now feel that okay, let's just make it right because I don't want to get blamed. Let me just say it's the right thing to do. That's why it's a
Black sheep. There was
yeah. I can hear
Are
you.
you serious?
there was a gentleman in the US, right, who was
Okay.
he was an atheist, a outspoken atheist, and all of a sudden he says he's now a Muslim, and he now started becoming vocal and now challenging the atheists, right? Because now, and the Muslim people, they now put things, front and center, right? They gathered over this guy. That's
A lot of
okay
them like
because
that. I was one.
he was once an atheist and now he is now a Muslim, right? They were supporting his shows, they were doing all these things. And then the next thing you know, the news broke out that this guy, there was an allegation of child, child, you know what I mean, because of TikTok.
That's it. An
Now
atheist going.
hang on. In this particular case, it was his own child. It was his own in his own childhood. You understand? So there was ongoing conversation going, it's an allegation, it's this and that. The guy was saying, oh no, they're trying to, since he became a Muslim, they're trying to bring him down. They're claiming that he's a terrorist, that, he made all these claims.
Yeah.
Well, last week, he he pled. It was a plea deal. The evidence was such that it was so convincing. He took a plea deal, and now he's been sentenced to 12 years behind bars. Right, this particular guy. So when you see these people defending this thing, when he went from, he said, "Oh, I'm an atheist," and now he's now a Muslim. Well, it turns out that there wasn't even just the one occasion. There were several other allegations, several other offenses.
You know,
It's not about what
study
Muslims
shows
Yes, El
that
Guru, it's
60
Alidawa. No, not Alidawa. Not Alidawa. What's his name? Khalil. Something Khalil. I think his name was Khalil. Khalil.
study shows that 60% of people that convert into Islam go into Islam because of what the religion supports.
Of course.
That's it.
Because
of
can I
what
say
the
something?
Well, you're
religion
talking about a
supports.
revert. You're
Can I
talking to
say
a
something
revert.
and then I get
Yeah,
down?
Justin. Yeah. Okay, African atheist.
I would like to say something and then I get down. Okay, unless someone else come up. I would like to talk to Amir and Kabir and tell you this. If your God is all-knowing, because that is what your religious texts say, that your God is all-knowing and he's all good, that means his morality is way up there, and he already knew that child marriage is wrong. Doesn't matter what era was, doesn't matter what age it was, he knew. So he had the capability of influencing you and telling you that it is wrong, do not do this. Like he brought the Quran to you. So he could have easily written in the Quran that do not touch a child, it is wrong. But yet he chose not to do that. So that says so much about your God.
Next weekend.
Because how comes it is not okay today, but it was okay then? So that says so much about your
Before
God.
you go, let me ask you this.
listen. If you guys listen more and then
Let me
try
ask-
to
I
put
think
your
African
views,
atheists,
you will get an understanding.
I didn't say it was not okay before for
Yeah,
me.
let me know when you're-
Before you go, you said you're an African atheist, right? Can you tell me how does this world come to existence? Since you are atheist,
I don't know. I do not know.
There.
Why?
You're moving the goalpost. This is a completely different discussion from what the issue she's raised is. So
Because
you're just
Yeah,
moving the
very
goalpost. That's
right.
hold on. I
He
don't
is
know where she got her
dodging.
morality
He is
from.
You're
dodging.
trying to
You
score a
understand?
point
Me,
on
I told you
different
my
points.
points. I
You're
told you
trying
my
to
points.
score a point at different
Amir's
points we're not
point is,
discussing right now.
hold on.
Can I make a concluding point on what you're talking about regarding child marriage? First, I want to, I don't know if you know about Aisha, radiallahu anha, but Aisha is a scholar. She became a scholar. She's a very learned woman. She taught many of the Sahabas of the Prophet. Now, now a girl today, right, 6-year-old today, if I look at a 6-year-old today, like I said, I'm a father, right? She is not at all the same as a 6-year-old in the ancient time, right? Now, what would happen if a man was to take advantage of a 6-year-old today? What kind of woman would she become, right?
How do
We
you
got
know
kids.
that they were not
Yeah,
the
hold
same?
up.
How do you know
Listen.
you were not there?
Hang
Listen.
on.
No,
Please hold on.
we have,
Please hold on.
we
Please
have
hold on.
in Islam.
Amir,
Please let him land.
Amir,
No,
no,
let
no.
him
I'm
land.
going to.
Well,
I'm
I
going
can't
to. I'm
even
going
land.
to.
I
I'm
can't
going to
even
let
land.
him land. I'm going to let him land. I just need to find out from both of you. Do you believe in the hadith? The hadith.
Not-
Do you guys
not-
subscribe to the
Yes.
hadith?
Yes.
Who said yes? Who
I
said
subscribe to all the Sahih, the
so?
Sahih hadith.
Amir, you subscribe to the hadith. Kabir, do you subscribe to the hadith?
I do, but not all.
Do you subscribe to
Because that is exactly.
okay? Do you
hold on.
subscribe to
Let
Al
me explain
Bukhari?
to you.
Do you subscribe
Yes,
to Al
Bukhari.
Bukhari?
Yes.
You subscribe to Al Bukhari?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any? I think it's in Al Bukhari. I'm not 100%.
We'll try to come with an
Please tell
argument
me.
based on our
Please tell me.
theology
Please
first.
tell me. Please tell me. Is there any passage where I can go to where the Prophet physically assaulted Aisha?
Is it in
Yeah,
Bukhari?
what
Say
you
in
got? I
Bukhari.
know what
Is
you're
there
talking
any?
about. I
Is
know.
there any
I know.
part? Is
Yeah,
there
can I
any
talk?
part in your scripture where the Prophet physically assaulted Aisha?
talking about what's in the hadith.
It was in the hadith, yes.
Right. You're
not
talking
in-
about when he pointed at her chest.
When he hit her on her chest and she
Right.
felt
This is
she felt
this
she
is-
well done. She felt a lot of pain on her chest when he hit her.
right. It doesn't mean that. Listen,
All
she.
right, I'll find
this
it.
is-
I'll find it
Right,
so I
I
can
know
read
the
it.
hadith, sister. I look. I run a platform also. We address all of these issues.
Okay,
But
I'll
the
find
thing
it and
is
then I'll
that
read it.
if you when people are listening more, right, and stop telling the Muslims what it is and allow the Muslims to explain what it is, you get a better understanding of the religion. You
No, I
don't
was
know the
asking you.
religion,
Was I not
right? That's what I'm
asking
trying to
you?
explain to you. That's what I'm trying to explain to you, sister. It's like this. The hadith goes that the Prophet Muhammad SAW, Aisha was following him. You know how women can be jealous or think that their man is, so she was doing this. He knew that she was following him. And so when he circled back, she ran back and she jumped under the covers. And then he could feel her chest and know that she was running. So he pointed to her chest and told her something. He was telling her something regarding she doesn't have to worry about something. The pain, which she says she felt, wasn't a pain of physical pain. You understand what I'm saying? It's like the pain when you know you did something guilty and someone points in your heart and it points to your chest, like my father used to do to me. It's that type of pain. It's not the pain of him beating her. You'll never read. You guys go to hadith and you look for something that you try to give interpretation to, and then you give it a meaning, and you say, well, Muslims are able to beat their wives. No, we're not able to beat our wives. The woman is raised up in Islam. When the man
Okay.
came to the Prophet,
All right.
he asked him, just let me finish this. Just let me land right here. Just let me land right here, and I'm done.
All right.
When the man came to the Prophet Muhammad SAW, he asked him, who do I honor after God? He said, your mother. He said, who after that? He said, your mother. He said, who after that? He said, your mother. He said, who after that? He said, then your father. So understand that the woman is held at a high esteem in Islam. In spite of what this news that they putting on the media and all the things that they're saying about Islam, that's why you ask yourself, why is Islam conversion rate 16% women that are converting to Islam? You think they're not studying the religion before they come in? Yes. Do you think that something might be flawed in the way you're looking at Islam instead of learning the religion first and then address the
Amir,
issue?
please, okay, let me, number one, your Quran says it's okay to beat women. First of all, you start off by trying to correct, excuse me, please. You start off by correcting her. If she doesn't listen, then you deny her sex. If you deny her sex and that doesn't work, then you go ahead and strike her. That's what the Quran says. But that aside, let me read. This is from the Hadith, right? It's from Sahih Muslim 974b. Okay, so this is Aisha. Aisha is the one narrating, because don't forget, Amir said Aisha went on to become a scholar, right? She became a scholar. So these were the words of Aisha. These were the words that she wrote herself. Okay. He said, tell me, or the subtle and the aware would inform me. I said, Messenger of Allah, may my father and mother be ransom for you. And then I told him the whole story. He said, was it the darkness of your shadow that I saw in front of me? I said, yes. He struck me on the chest, which caused me pain, and then said, did you think that Allah and his apostle would deal unjustly with you?
Hey, don't that see you read that?
So
you
guys,
read that? Did you think that he was striking her and he just said,
I did not make
unjustly with you?
Okay, guys, everyone, let me tell you where I was reading from. It's the I was reading from Sahih Muslim 974, or just type in Google Aisha being struck by the Prophet.
Okay, now sister, can I respond to that, please? In the hadith that you just read, you can see clearly in the hadith that the Prophet didn't beat her, because he said to her, he's pointing at her chest, do you think that Allah and his messenger would deal with you unjustly? So
That
how
does
can
not
he
mean
be
he's not
beating her
striker.
and telling her this at the same time? He's not. It's not. Look, I'm telling you guys. I know you're intelligent enough to see
He
this.
believed what he had done was just.
I know you're intelligent enough to see this. That if I'm telling my daughter or I'm telling my wife, do you think that Amir, you think Allah and Amir would deal with you unjustly? Do you think I would be beating her at the same time?
Domestic abuse.
Come on, y'all. Come on. You just use our logic.
They will hit you right now,
Wow.
and within the next 30 seconds, they'll be telling you how they love you. And they hate you because they love you.
Because look, if you want to believe that, right, that is your choice to believe. But trust me, if this was a case, this would have been in many hadith. This would have been in many. This would have been written in many books in Islam that the Prophet Muhammad SAW beat his wife. That's why, as Muslims, we know that when you read the Quran, you're reading in the English, and you're seeing the word beat. You're looking at the word beat, and you're thinking that it's something.
My bottom line is, Amir.
My bottom line is, man. You guys don't listen,
bottom line is, you are all knowing God, and you are all good God, who is all good, fail to understand or fail to know that marrying a 9-year-old, marrying a teenager can be wrong. He failed to see that.
Wow.
And I'm going to go down.
Thank you so much, African.
If that's what you, if that's,
how do you
if you don't understand what was in, if that was,
Black Sheep, did you guys want to say something?
Yeah, I think for me, here's my problem with extremely religious people, because I think deep down a lot of them know that a lot of the stuff in their books are either they're very opaque. In other words, you have to sort of read whatever meaning you want into it. Like if you read the fact that he hit her, you have to then say, oh no, it's metaphorical. Like they always say that some part is metaphorical, some part means something else. I'm thinking of the average person who is not as educated as these people, at these very intellectual people, reading these things. What does he think? And my problem with that is that you
that's your question.
Things.
Let me ask you a question.
Centuries.
You're cutting out.
That you're giving, of course not. And everybody knows that this is common sense. But the thing is that you gaslight us, and that's where it becomes actually.
Y'all's network is bad. You keep cutting out, so we're not hearing you.
I'm saying that you have millions of people over so many centuries going through reading these same words and basically taking the lessons as it is. Now you are telling us we have to read them deeper. Can you imagine those million people doing that? And this is what they're taking from it. You know that there's something wrong with this, but yet
there's nothing that you have to look in deeper.
So I'm going to
let me land my point.
Okay.
Respond. Okay. My point is that this is something that we all can see for what it is, and you're gaslighting. You guys claim a higher morality. That's why I find it interesting. A 9-year-old.
What is it saying?
A 9-year-old. It's in any culture. It would be rape. It would be rape. It would be what do you call it? Defilement of a child.
What time?
The thing is that the God is apparently allowed this, and you're telling us that we can't read it. There's something wrong with us. This is our problem. I'm like, that's gaslighting, man. We're not idiots.
Well, I don't think there's anything like rape in the Islam religion.
Can I respond to him, please?
You actually propagate to people.
Can I respond to him? Can I respond to you? I mean, I know we all on stage, but can I respond to him before someone else jumps in? Can I do that, please?
No, go on.
Go ahead.
Go on and respond.
Go ahead.
Right. I just want to say to you. Right. I just want to say to you is that the verse in which the hadith in which she had presented to us on stage and to the audience, he said that Aisha said the Prophet pointed to her chest and it caused her pain, and he said to her, "Do you think that Allah and His Messenger will deal unjustly with you?" Now, I don't have to look deep into that verse to understand that the pain that it caused her was not a physical pain of him beating her. Why? Because he's saying something to her that I will not deal unjustly with you. So why would I say, oh, he beat her at the same time, he's telling her, I would not deal unjustly with you. So I'm using my regular intellect that God has given me, reasoning that God has given me. What you're saying, what you're presenting to me something that I know that you understand the same way as I do. But you're having a hatred towards Islam. So now you're trying to make it like I'm trying to go deep into something that she read when I'm not going deep into it. It's very clear for anyone to read it. He's not dealing unjustly with her. So the pain that she felt wasn't from him beating her. That would be being unjust with her. Do you understand that? As a human being that has intellect and reasoning, do you understand that?
Amen. What does lahar mean? Lahad.
Well, let's address point by point, because it seems like every time a Muslim bring a point to a Muslim, you brought the hadith. I'm showing you in the hadith that you brought that you are wrong in your interpretation, and now you want to hop to something else.
Hold on, everyone, please hold on.
Come on now.
Hold on. No. Yeah. Please hold on. Please. Okay. Yeah.
Where does lahad mean?
Yeah. Please hold on. At this point, I think we have exhausted this particular point of conversation. It is clear, right, what's happening here. Because these people have chosen this religion, they will support anything that is in their books, right? They will support very serious offenses. They don't see it. Because they're sold out to the religion. And so I just want to say thank you, Amir and Kabir. I don't want to go on with this conversation anymore, because it's as though we're giving you more and more reason to justify this. There's no need to justify it.
Well, can I ask you a question before I drop down?
At the age of 6, at the age of 9, Kabir, I heard you say there is no rape in Islam. That's what you said, Kabir.
No
I heard you say that. That's what you said.
Right.
9-year-olds cannot give consent to sex. I heard you, Kabir.
If she's
my
wife, I didn't say, because you asked that.
So if she's your wife, it's okay for a 9-year-old.
Then I will allow her to reach the age of puberty before I take in.
No,
that's what I told you. I didn't say.
Guys,
I didn't say.
No, so Kabir, you're saying you can marry a 9-year-old, right?
It's example exactly, and I can even give my daughter in marriage, 9 years old. If
that is it, because your prophet has done that.
Not
You don't see
because-
anything bad in it.
hold on, okay.
That's
What
it.
about when he was 25?
That is
he married,
it.
hold
You
on,
let your
hold on. Let me
let
explain.
your prophet
He
determine
married-
your morality. So you are blind to
Hold
see
on,
that.
hold on. Why
You are
don't you
blind to
guys?
see what is good and what is bad.
I said, why don't you see
You-
when he married his first wife at the age of 40? He was 25. Why you guys are not saying anything about it?
Okay. Then why did you now go for someone that is 6 years old? You should just look at it.
No,
He
I'm
had
asking you a question because
there's-
you are looking
there's
for
a-
loopholes in Islam.
No.
You understand?
See,
You are looking for
no.
loopholes in Islam.
Let me
in
tell
order
you,
to attack Islam.
it's not looking,
now,
not
let me-
looking for
okay, hold on.
loopholes. There
Hold
is
on,
still
hold
a
on.
reason behind what he did, which you guys don't understand, but you just follow the religion. That is it. There is a reason behind what he did,
I did that.
but you guys don't want to understand.
I'm sorry, everyone. I did that on purpose. Amir and Kabir, nothing to do with both of you. I feel like let's stay home. But this particular conversation, no more. Because the reason why this kind of conversation in some parts will get some of us killed.
Yes,
This
especially
conversation, Black
in
Sheep,
this part.
Black Sheep, you know, right?
Yes.
This conversation that we are having, by now, a fatwa will be placed on your head. So I don't even know whether I really want to go on with this conversation, but when grown men tell you that they will give their 9-year-old in marriage,
and then the man, the husband, will decide when he's a woman enough to have sex with her. Even his private. And you have to understand
yeah, we can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay, hear
And
you
I'm saying
now.
yeah, I'm saying that you give your daughter, a 9-year-old, to someone to marry, and the person will then decide on his own, not by the law of the land, his own, when she's old enough for him to have sex with. And I don't think him saying it is him being a rapist or what you call a pedophile, but this is what literally the book is telling them is okay. This is how twisted the morality is.
Yeah.
That they've accepted that this is okay. This is the exception that they've created to human law. I answered the question. He asked me, but where did your morality come from? I answered it. Since humans started society, morality has been there. Right and wrong has been there as a very core aspect of human society. We don't need to decide what is the right age to sleep with a woman. Why is it? We say we respect women in Islam. Well, look at the age that your father can give your daughter of his daughter of as property. When do they give a son? You know what I mean? So there's a complete contradiction in what they say or what they claim versus what is actually in the book. And this is the evil of it. And I don't choose my words lightly. But this is the evil of
It
these
is
books
evil.
that we are trying
It
to
is
point out.
evil.
It is. It is.
It's evil.
Nina,
The
yeah,
fact
Nina.
the fact that Mohammed was actually interested in the little girl made it right for him. You understand what I'm saying?
No.
He made that law right because he wanted to do something like that.
Wait,
So people
but
just have to follow.
hang on,
That
Black
means
Sheep. Black Sheep,
yeah.
hold on. Please, guys, I need to know this. Was it an angel that told him to marry her, or did he marry her of his own accord? I don't know. Can someone please
I think it
let
was
me
out
know?
of lust.
No, I mean,
Out of
was
lust.
it an angel? Because they say that he used to receive messages
From
through
God.
the what's the name of that angel? Angel Gabriel, right? There was an angel that used to come and speak to him and to tell him what to do. So did he do it of his own accord, or was it the the angel that told him what to do? Please help me, everyone. Help me. Let's see.
Well, I think he did it out of his own accord because I don't think an angel will come down and tell you to go for a child.
It's crazy.
That's not possible.
Going back to the question which you mentioned before about why God chose 40, 30 to 40, according to the Jewish traditions of the time, the age of marriage was about 30 to 40. It means Joseph and Mary were about 13 or 14 years old. Now that's fine, and that's probably but God came down to a 15 or 14-year-old and said, "This is the chosen person I'm going to have myself from." And so for me, that God seems to have been dated back in the first century like everybody else. So when I say, God created by man and not the other way around, this is what I point to. Because it seems like God was making exactly the same mistakes. You can have slaves, you can marry a child. Homosexuality is a sin that should stone them to death. Those kind of laws tells you that God was stuck in that time. And the problem is that when you take that religion from literally the Iron Age, not even the Dark Ages, the Dark Ages would have been progressive compared to the Iron Age. And now today, 2,000 years later, those people are still following those laws, having to sort of do surgery and decide which part is metaphorical, which part is just a story, which part is actual. And these are people we have to contend with when we are deciding what humanity is. That's very problematic.
This also shows how sick their God is. Their God is sick. If God will appoint you to marry, to sleep with a child, that God is sick too. Because all these religion people, they are either Muslim or Christian. Your God is mentally sick, and that God needs help.
Nina.
So someone is saying,
Nina, hold on. Nina, I don't understand how this God will tell you, don't eat pork, but it's okay for my prophet to sleep with a 6-year-old, to marry a 6-year-old.
Exactly. And that's I had this
Don't do this, don't do that. Women must cover their head. All these instructions, pray 5 times, do blah blah blah. But here we are. And you know this religion, they allow you to take sex slaves, eh?
Yes.
If you go and fight in a place and you conquer, the girls there, you take them for your sex slaves are allowed. So you know Islam allows them to have 4 wives, right? Those 4 wives, you can then add on sex slaves. That one is not even counted. You can.
And I have something to say. Okay, for the Christian and the Muslim people, your God, you guys say your God is so powerful and all that thing. Why did God why did God have to talk to you people to talk to us? If God created each and every person in their mother's womb, who asked God to send message to men to tell us? Why can't God send the message to individual just that he created individual? Because all this nonsense men are talking about, Bible bullshit, and all these things that Muslims are talking about, it's all controlled by men. Men just wanted to control things. They just wake up and name things. A child right now, I have a 6-year-old. He doesn't know if it's a boy or a girl.
A 6-year-old.
He doesn't even know if it's a boy or a girl. He doesn't know.
Keep your child far from Muslims, so
he doesn't even know if he's a boy or a girl, right? He doesn't. Guess what? But we are already labeling the child who he is already. We are already labeling everything. A fruit doesn't know that he's a fruit. An animal doesn't know that it's an animal. We are the one that name those things.
Nina, the Aisha, she said her own words that she was playing with dolls. She'll be playing with dolls with her friends. When the prophet is coming like this, she'll quickly go and put the dolls away.
Can you imagine?
And the prophet said, no, go and play.
50. Imagine a modern day 50-year-old man married to a 6-year-old.
Can you imagine? He'll be standing up there tall, and then she would just be one.
Hello.
That thing is very sickening. That thing is very, very sickening. And all these men that are following this really see. First of all, Christian, your God slept with the underage girl, one, and get her pregnant by the Holy Spirit. That one right there is another thing that you guys need to wake up from. And Muhammad is there sleeping with a 6-year-old. See, these people you guys have a disease. And for those of you that are following these people, there is no difference between you and that your God. And there's no difference between your Muhammad and Jesus. There's no difference. All of you guys are rapists.
Hello.
Randolph, did you want to say something?
Yes, please. I want to all that I want to say is that wrong is wrong and right is right. You see, married to a 9-year-old girl, for me as a person, it is the wrong thing to do.
Sure.
So there is no any justification to that. But we will say that our brothers and sisters, some of them, they were taught to defend their religion, to defend their belief. So I don't think it's necessary for we to debate on this.
No, okay. It's not a point.
I just feel sorry for the women that married to these men. I just feel sorry for them.
Randolph, you're right. It's not a point of debate. But guess what this does, Randolph? There are some people that don't really know to what extent when people are speaking up against religion, some people just think, oh, you're just attacking without any basis. You're just talking against religion without there's no reason. But how can we justify? Look, when a grown man takes for himself a child bride, what else has he got to say to me? What else would he say to me now? Then the other one, the other, you see, guys, this even becomes more problematic. In the case of Judaism and Christianity, if those ones think now that, oh, this is even better, right? No, it isn't. Because what's his name? Moses. Moses, who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible, and no, sorry, not the Bible, the Jews. Well, the claim is that Moses wrote it. Moses was a murderer. Moses was a confirmed murderer that he never paid any penalty for his offense. He ran away. He ran away, and whatever a murderer has got to say, I am not interested. So anybody that says, oh, the book of Genesis, the book of Leviticus, and these are words from a confirmed murderer.
Yes.
Okay.
I think this God is actually interested in evil people, because right from Genesis down to the end of Genesis, it's always the people that have done evil is after. He's always using them. So, and I'm trying to wonder how people will still justify that same God, that God is not evil.
Okay, guys, hold on. This gentleman, Gamet Kagi. Hey, Gamet, you said you wanted to clarify some things.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What does that mean?
It's a greeting.
Amir alaikum salam. You're welcome.
Thank you. So, any questions you have, you can send them over to me, and I will correct on anything you have to say.
Excuse me. Are you a Malang?
No, he's a Muslim, so he's a Muslim. So I think he should clarify things better than
everyone.
Yes, I am a Muslim.
Everyone, hold on, please. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, please. Give me, Coach Nina. Nina.
Yes.
I just received a message from TikTok saying that you have multiple violations for bullying and harassment. They asked me, do I want to remove you or keep you? But that if you say anything, bullying, harassing, whatever, they will remove you.
No, I won't say anything.
Just so you know.
All right, thank you.
I just received it, but I chose to keep you on. So please.
I think they reported her.
I don't know what happened. I just received a message now saying.
Yeah, I think she might have gotten like 5 to 10 reports. Let's say in less than 30 minutes.
Yeah. Wow. Just wanted to let you know, okay? So just be careful. Just be careful.
Someone said Amir and his people.
Okay.
I think they got that message from their God also.
Okay, Gamet, you wanted to say something?
Yes. You guys were speaking. You guys were speaking about the prophet.
So
you guys were speaking about the prophet. You may continue.
Hold on, Black Sheep. Hold on, Black Sheep, please. Okay, Gamet, go on.
Am I on, right?
No, Dante, please hold on. Gamet, come on.
So, Muhammad, he did sleep with a 7 to 12-year-old. Okay, but through the period of when he was sleeping with her, he did not have intercourse with her. There's a difference. So he slept with her. He did not have intercourse with her. There's a difference. If you Google it.
So please, what do you mean?
If you Google it, you'll understand.
What do you mean?
It says that in the Quran. He slept with her. He gave her comfort. He did not have intercourse with her. If he penetrated anything, that would be wrong. If he penetrated or anything, that would be wrong. So calling the creator sick or anything? No, it can't be, because he would have been punished if he ever penetrated her. That's why he had 4 wives. He had the youngest wife, Aisha, then the middle wife, Hadija. Hadija was at the age she was 23. He was allowed to penetrate her.
So
She
please
was
show
between
me
23 to 30.
show me the scripture that says he only slept but nothing happened. Please tell me so I can read
So
it.
if you go to the Quran, there's a
Tell
verse.
me what ayah, what surah. Yeah, go on. I want the one that says the very one that says they slept but nothing happened. Go on.
Okay, hold up. Let me just get that ayat for you.
Saints, I unbelievable.
I'm typing. It was Surah 24.
And listen as well.
Choose 20,
Don't
Surah
forget.
24.
I hope you know this is Ramadan, right?
Yes, we are in Ramadan. I am fasting every day, alhamdulillah. Cleansing my soul, cleansing my body, cleansing the mind. So, yes. And it's in the Easter weekend, though. Isn't it like Lent weekend for you guys? Lent or something?
What do you
guys
mean,
also
you
need to
guys?
fast?
I'm not a Christian.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Did not know that.
Okay, so tell me what's the ayah?
It's ayah 24.
Ayah 24.
It's the verse.
So this is Quran.
555.
Quran.
Yes, the second chapter of the
Wait,
Quran.
hold on. Quran, how many?
Al-Baqarah.
Quran.
Excuse me?
Quran.
Yes, the second chapter of the Quran.
Quran 2.
Al-Baqarah. Yes.
Okay.
It's the verse is 255.
255. What?
Yes,
255 or just 55?
255.
No, wait. So chapter 2, verse.
Yes, 255.
Verse 255.
Yes, Al-Baqarah. Q2.255.
Okay, right. Let's see. So let's read this. Right. Allah, there is no God worthy of worship except Him, the everlasting, all sustaining. Neither drowsiness nor sleep overtakes Him. To Him belongs whatever is in the heavens and whatever is on the earth. Who could possibly intercede with Him without His permission? He fully knows what is ahead of them and what is behind them, but no one can grasp any of His knowledge except what He wills to reveal. His seat encompasses the heavens and the earth, and the preservation of both does not tire Him, for He is the Most High, the greatest.
Surah 24. Now read Surah 24.
So why did you make me read this one then?
Are you being real?
That is the first part of the ayat. Now you read Surah 24. So you can get a better understanding. Read Surah 24.
Surah 24. If I read this surah, this next one, and it doesn't show me anything, I'll block you.
Okay.
Surah 24.
Like seriously?
Quran 24. What verse? And you'll be known as a liar. All right,
Okay.
go on.
Muhammad came to speak directly with Aisha about rumors.
So Quran 24, what verse?
Surah 24, the verse Surah 24. Because on my side it is stating Muhammad came to speak directly with Aisha.
No. Surah 24, what verse, please?
The verse was 98.
98, okay. Surah 24. That's Surah Miriam. Is it Surah Miriam?
Ayatul Kursi, yes.
Surah Miriam.
I'm trying to turn on my camera to show you it's not working. Yes, you may continue.
What a moron.
See, I
What a
I think
moron.
there's someone whispering to him there.
What a moron.
Someone was
it's
whispering.
it's they have been taught to defend their their belief.
What a
So
moron.
you don't need to, there's no need to, I mean, worry your head over this, okay?
Wow. So all of that to send me to something that doesn't even make sense.
He
What
came to
the
lie.
verse
He
what
just
the
came
verse
to
says, it
lie.
says, so a voice reassured her from below. Do not grieve. Your Lord has provided a stream at your feet.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Well, guys, I mean, I'm hoping that people can see what this. I mean, this is it. When they say Islam, this is it. I mean, you don't have to do anything, say anything. You just let them speak for themselves, right? We are trying to gain knowledge. We are trying to understand. Then one just comes along and tries to make a mockery of things, right? So if there was someone here who was even considering Islam, just by that simple action of that clown, I mean, and this is the month where they are supposed to be fasting, where they are supposed to be staying away from anything that resembles sin, or I guess the religion says they can lie on God's behalf. But even then, they can only lie when they are faced with a life or death situation. That's the only time they're allowed to do taqiyya. But this was not a life or death situation. So, gentlemen, oh, Esther, please read Bukhari 5133 so there won't be any confusion. Okay. So, Bukhari 5133. Okay. You say Bukhari. Is everybody still there? Am I talking to myself? Can you guys
Yeah,
hear
it
me?
was still
Okay,
here.
okay, all right. Give me 1 second to read Bukhari 133. Okay. Right. All right. Let me read Bukhari 133. Okay. So it says here that the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. And then she remained with him for 9 years till his death. Only 9 years. Huh. The next one says that the Prophet married her when she was 6 years old and consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old. Hisham said, I have been informed that Aisha remained with the Prophet for 9 years till his death. And what else? This there's another one here. I don't know what this is all about. Says something about the Prophet. A woman came to Allah's messenger and said, I present myself to you for marriage. She stayed for a long while. Then a man said, if you are not in need of her, then marry her to me. The prophet said, have you got anything in order to pay for her? Mahar. And he said, I have nothing with me except my Iza, waist sheet Iza. The prophet said, if you give her your Iza, you will have no Iza to wear. So go and search for something. He said, I could not find anything. And the prophet said, try to find something, even if it were an iron ring. But he was not able to find even that, the prophet said to him. Do you memorize something of the Quran? Yes, he said, such surah and such surah, naming those surahs the prophet said. And the prophet said, we have married her to you for what you know of the Quran by heart. They were marrying. So this girl presented herself to Allah, to Muhammad for a long time. And then a man said, if you are not in need of her, marry her to me. Prophet says, what have you got to exchange this woman? He said he doesn't have anything. Prophet said, go and find something. He went, he couldn't find anything. He says, I don't have anything. Prophet said, no, you must go and find something. He said, I've got Iza. Prophet said, but if you give her your Iza, then you won't have any Iza. So, okay, memorize. What scriptures can you memorize? Say, I can memorize this and I can memorize that. So, okay, now take the woman because of the scriptures that you can memorize. Guys.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, saints, if you are not in any need of her.
If you are not in any need of her, like, women are properties to them.
Oh Lord.
You just acquire them.
Oh my goodness. Kind, hey Kind, you're there? Kind?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, I would love to. I was waiting for you to finish what you were saying so I don't interrupt your speech.
Okay.
But if please, can you give me 5 minutes? Let me just mute. Someone else can speak. Just give me 5 minutes and I will speak.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Mao, you there?
Yeah, hello there. Good evening.
Good evening. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you. I've just been listening to you a little bit.
Okay, hold on. Abdul, good to see you again. Abdul.
Yeah, good evening.
Abdul, good to see you again.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening. How are you again?
I'm fine.
Yeah, good to see you. So, Mao, did you have something to say?
Yes, well, I just want to say something that I heard you just mention. Somebody asked you to read a hadith from Bukhari, a hadith that we all know, the chain of translation of narration is been claimed to come from Aisha and Aisha alone. Nobody else cited that hadith in anywhere. Everywhere you find them, they claim it comes from Aisha. Now, about hadith, there is something that perhaps we all know. It has a chain of narration. They are hearsays, and anybody can make a hadith as they want to and claim it comes from that and that and that and that. So my point here is this: there is a history out there about Aisha's marriage, and everyone trying to ignore that. Everyone trying to base this claim that Aisha was married to our beloved messenger at the age of 6, and the marriage was consummated at the age of 9. Now, our prophet.
We just read the hadith.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm coming to that. I'm telling you that hadith has no proof that it is a truth. It's a fake hadith. It's not true.
Oh, wait,
Even though
hang on. Are you a Sunni or Shia?
I'm a Muslim, I'm not
No.
a Sunni.
Are you
I'm not
Sunni? Are you
I'm a
Sunni
Muslim.
or Shiite?
I am a Muslim. If you read the Holy Quran, you'll find that Allah forbids to be part of a sect. I'm not in any sect. I am a Muslim.
So you don't believe in the hadiths?
No, I'm not saying I don't believe in them, but I'm being cautious about hadith.
Okay,
because
tell me which ones are the the genuine hadiths, please.
I don't deal with hadith. I don't deal with any hadith.
So are you
because
Quran? Are you Quran only?
My faith is based on the Quran and Quran
So
only.
you're Quran only Muslim. Okay.
Yes, I am.
So that means you're probably a Shiite.
No, I'm not. I'm a Muslim. Because the Holy
Quran only Muslim.
The Holy Quran was the book that was given to Muhammad, nothing else. Everything that comes in those hadiths, just like the New Testament Gospels, they were written decades after Muhammad passed away and the companion passed away. And there was a group of people who goes around collecting these things. It was a kind of business. It was a sort of business. They go and collect it and sell it. In fact, Allah condemns it in the Holy Quran, not to go around and picking up things and saying this comes from Muhammad or this comes from Allah. It is forbidden. They made up these books, and then now here they have passages in there that are being an insult to our beloved messenger. The point I want to make to you, if anybody wants to believe me, it's fine. If they don't want to believe me, it's fine. But what I want to say, there is a history about Aisha getting married to our beloved messenger, a well-recorded history. There's plenty of it on YouTube. If anybody want to, you can double check it. Aisha has a big sister called Absa or something like that. She was 10 years older than Aisha. Aisha got married to Muhammad after they migrated after Hijrah to Medina. When they were going to Medina, Aisha's big sister was 29 years old. So that means Aisha at that time, she was between 17 or 19 years old. And Muhammad has daughters. None of Muhammad's daughters was married at that age. Arab traditionally, they don't marry early. That's a Jewish culture. Jews are the ones, if you open the Talmud, you'll find it there that they can marry younger girls, virgins and so on and so forth. Arabs had the tradition, pagan Arabs had a tradition of killing. When they have daughters, they kill them. Quran came and revealed to them, said not to kill daughters, not to kill their babies, not to kill their infants, because Allah is the one who provided. So now Aisha, Muhammad married her when she was at the age of 19, not at the age of 6, not at the age of 9. The reason why this hadith been dragging all this time is because some of our elders, they clearly want to get married with children. And they keep that hadith into the books, claiming that Aisha married to our beloved messenger at the age of 6.
Can I ask you a quick? Can I ask you a quick question?
I've been waiting to hear that.
Can I ask you a quick question, Mao?
Yeah, go ahead. Please.
I want to read a particular ayah. I think it's an ayah. I don't know ayah.
Is it from the Holy Quran?
Yes, it's from the Holy Quran.
It is the ayah. Yes, it is the ayah. It
okay,
be.
All
yes,
right.
Yes,
and I would like for you to explain to me what it means.
Indeed.
Okay, so I think it's ayah 434 says, but those wives
434 Surah An-Nisa.
Yes, but
the woman.
But those wives,
yeah,
from whom you fear arrogance. So those wives who you fear are going to be arrogant.
Yes.
First, you advise them.
Yes.
But if they persist, you forsake them in the bed.
Yes.
Finally, you strike them.
That's right.
But if they obey you once more, seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted and grand. Can you please explain what that means?
Right. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, this also has been one of the verses that has been used mostly by evangelical Christians trying to demean or insult the Holy Quran or Muhammad and so on and so forth. Now, this is a very simple thing to understand. Before those days, marriage has a lot of implication. If I'm marrying a girl, it will be from a family that I know, and the resources are not abundant. So there are a woman coming to your house, she comes with a whole bunch of people. It's a big relationship. So in order for that, the relationship doesn't, because if I married a woman whose life is depending on me, maybe her parents also life is depending on me. Instead of me divorcing her, Allah is giving you this option. And the last resort is, instead of divorcing her, maybe hit her a little bit to correct her. That's what it is about. In those days, it's not a problem. Today, women have that problem. But even Allah doesn't say that men are beating their woman, either they are Muslim or they are not Muslim. It is a common thing. It happens everywhere. Every culture, it is in it. I'm an African, just like most of you here. I have seen people beating their wives, and they're not even Muslims. How we call it, brutality in a relationship is rampant here in Europe. I live in the UK now. If you go to courts, you'll find that women who are went to court because of abuses they suffer from their husband's hand, and that has nothing to do with Islam.
Are you married?
I am married, yes.
How many times have you taken the advice of this particular ayah?
There are three options there. The last one is the last one. I always take the.
So wait, hold on, please.
Yes.
The first one says you should advise them, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Now,
I take that.
The scripture says this is if you fear arrogance from them.
Yes.
If you fear that the wife is going to be arrogant. Quran 65:4. Okay, I'll read that. If you fear they're going to be arrogant, you must first of all advise them. Then when they persist, you deny them sex.
Yes.
Then when you deny them sex and that doesn't work, then you finally beat them.
Yes.
So please tell me, how many times have you beaten your own wife?
I never beat my.
First of all, how many wives are you married to?
I have only one wife. Yes.
Why? Unless you want to, you don't want 3 more.
Unless you want to be my second wife.
No, I've got a man already. I'm good. Thank you.
Then fine. Then I have only one so far.
Okay. Don't worry. There's 72 waiting for you in the other side.
That's not in the Holy Quran as well. That's a fabrication. I tell you what, the 72 was brought in again as they always do for humiliating Muslims. 72 is a mystical numerical number from the Jews. Jews have 72 attributes of the divine names, divine attributes. They have 72. There is nowhere in the Holy Quran where you will find 72 virgins in Al-Jannah. It doesn't exist there. It's a made-up thing.
Okay, all right, no worries. So tell me, how many times have you heeded to?
How many
times have you beat your wives?
Ma'am, I never hit my wife. I don't hit people.
So how many times have you denied your wife sex because of being arrogant?
No, I never done that. We will argue as everyone will argue with a wife. Reality is you cannot force yourself onto your wife. You cannot do that. Sex is something, it's a sharing. You cannot force pleasure onto somebody who doesn't like it. You cannot force them. As I'm talking to you, my wife can hear me. She's here in the sitting room.
Okay,
we don't do that. We don't, even though Quran says it. That's what I'm putting to you.
Right. Okay. This
has historical aspect to it.
Okay.
It has historical context.
Okay, which is absolutely fine, and I'm glad you say that you don't beat your wife. That means you don't heed to this particular ayah. Thank you so much for doing that.
I obey the ayah, but it has given me 3 options. So I choose the first option.
Just go for option number 1.
The option number 1.
But if your wife still insists, then there's the other 2 options that you can follow. Yes.
No, even though I won't follow that, I'm happy with the first option because it's not a force. Marriage is not force.
Okay, but are there people who go ahead to do option 2 and 3?
Well, there are people who, like I told you, that doesn't belong to Muslims only. Everyone does it. either you're Muslim or non-Muslim, how you call it, violence in the household is rampant. Everyone does it, and they're not Muslim. So why anybody want to take this ayah as to trying to stigmatize Muslims because this and this and that? No, it doesn't work that way.
Do you have
Beating-
do you have a concubine?
Do I have a concubine? I don't have a concubine, Madam Post.
Do you have a sex slave?
Why would I have a sex slave?
No, but
What for?
you allowed sex slaves.
No. Listen, this is another issue as well. People don't understand. In Islam, during a warfare, you don't kill women.
But
You don't
what do you do with them?
Well, I'm coming to that. Yes, there are also options there as well. Allah says you can keep the prisoners.
Tell me what ayah it is, please. Can you tell me?
Yeah, well, I won't put the eye all over my head, but listen, if you want to check.
No, please tell me what ayah it is.
Yeah, I don't have it. I don't have it over my head, but
for my own knowledge.
Yes,
so
guys,
please help me in the chat.
If I have to find the ayah, I'm gonna listen.
The ayah that tells us what men should do with their sex slaves. Sorry, no, I didn't say that. Sorry.
There's no sex slave in Islam.
Sorry. War.
Prisoners of war. Prisoners of war.
Yes, sorry. I'm sorry.
Prisoners of war. Yes. Yes. Listen, if I have to bring the ayah, I'm gonna have to come off here, and then I will bring you the ayah. You can
do that. That's fine.
Yes,
guys,
I will do that.
Guys, please make sure to like. But before you go, there's one particular ayah I want to read for you, and I want you to explain it what it means. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
But don't forget. You say we can ask, right, for our own knowledge, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so this is ayah 65:4. It says, and those who no longer expect menstruation among your women, if you doubt that their period is 3 months, and also for those who have not menstruated,
yes,
and for those who are pregnant,
yes,
their term is until they give birth.
That's
and
correct.
Whoever fears Allah, He will make for him of his matter ease.
Yes.
So, what does that mean when it says those who have not menstruated?
Right. Can you read me the first verse, the verse before that, please, if you don't mind? Yes.
That's
I will see what.
65:3. Yeah. Okay. Come on. 65:3. Okay. Quran 65:3. Okay. And provide for them from sources they could never imagine. And whoever puts their trust in Allah, then He alone is sufficient for them. Certainly, Allah achieves His will.
Yes. And then?
And then the one that I just read.
Yes. Well, this verse basically is based on divorcing.
Okay.
Divorcing.
Okay.
As a woman, you know, women have to know that a woman is pregnant, it has to take 3 months. If you're married to a woman and you're having a relationship, intimacy, pregnancy will start to appear after 3 months. Allah is saying the husband, if you want to divorce a woman who hasn't menstruated yet, then give them 3 months. During that 3 months.
Hold on. Excuse me.
Yes. Yes.
What women haven't menstruated yet?
A woman that hasn't seen her menstruation yet. That's what he's talking about. This is a married woman who hasn't seen her menstruation yet. So the man wouldn't know if she's pregnant or she's not pregnant. Then Allah says, give them 3 months to check if she's a pregnant woman or she's not, because she hasn't seen her period yet. This is what Allah is referring. This is about divorce, the rules over divorce. You don't just divorce your woman like that in Islam, saying, here, get out.
Mr. Abdul, are you there? Mr. Abdul?
Host, I'm ready when you are ready. This is kind.
Do you know anything about this ayah?
Oh, this is Kain speaking, and
Do you know
I'm
anything
not
about
coming
this?
to.
Okay, hold
No,
on,
I'm not coming to
hold
speak
on
about
then.
Kain.
Hold on. Abdul, I know you know a little bit about Randolph. Does any of you know about this? Is he right in saying this is about divorce?
It is about divorce.
And
It's
for those
not
of
about
you,
marrying a young girl or
and for
baby.
those who no longer expect menstruation,
That's correct.
among
Again,
the
you
women,
have to wait
if you
3 months.
doubt that their period is 3 months,
Yes,
and also for those who have not menstruated.
that's correct. Both of them, you have to give them 3 months before you can divorce them. That's what Allah is saying. Don't just kick them out, give them time. A period of 3 months each one. If she
No,
hasn't
sorry, I just read it again, and this is talking about 2 categories of women.
I know. 2 categories of women.
One category is for those who menstruate.
That's correct.
The
If they
second
menstruate,
category is for those who
who
do
hasn't
not
menstruated
and
yet.
have not menstruated.
That's
For
correct.
those who
Yes,
have menstruated, you wait 3 months.
that's correct. And those who
So
haven't
the ones
also
who have not menstruated.
give them 3 months as well.
So
Because
who are the women that have not menstruated?
well, women doesn't. Mom, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude to you. You do know menstruation comes after how many weeks?
No,
When
that first category has taken care of that.
Yes.
So wait
So
3
no,
months.
is if you have a wife that has menstruated, and in Islam, when a woman is in a menstruation, you don't have a relationship with them. You wait after the menstruation.
You wait 3 months.
No, you don't wait 3 months. You wait after the menstruation. As soon as she finishes menstruation, then you can have a relationship with her, intimacy with her. This is what Allah is saying. After menstruation.
So who are the people that have not menstruated? These are
That's
2
still
categories of people. You wait
No, this is
for someone who has
still.
menstruated. You wait 3 months. But the
Yes,
one who has not menstruated, who are these people that have not? Because if you tell me that they're elderly women,
no, it's not.
women.
Listen,
Wait,
no,
hold on.
there is a case of elderly women. There is a case of elderly women.
Elderly women, they've seen it, and they've now, right? They've reached menopause, and menopause stop, right? Stop, full stop.
Yes.
This one is saying they have not even begun it yet.
No, it's not that. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say.
Who is it? Who is it talking about here?
That's what I'm telling you, ma'am. I told you this is about divorce. Allah is saying to the husband, the woman who has menstruated, you still have to wait 3 months. The one that hasn't menstruated yet, still you have to wait for 3 months before you can settle the divorce with them.
Guys,
Because
is there anyone in the chat that can please come and help with this conversation? Because I don't think I'm quite clued up when it comes to this. Is he saying the right thing or not?
You tell me how you understood this one. Tell me now.
Girls that are below the age of menstruation.
Well, you see, this is the issue, isn't it? The verse, the how you call it, the hadith about Aisha, they tell you there.
So I need to read. Okay, so
this is the verse.
Saints,
this is the
Saints,
verse.
Hold on. Saint says, okay, I need to read the tasfir on the verse. Okay, so what's the tasfir? Can you please help me? What's the tasfir?
I don't deal with tafsir.
No, not you. Not you.
Yeah. Tafsir is basically someone is given his understanding of the verse. That's what it is. Somebody who is giving his own understanding of what that verse might mean. Just like you're asking here, and we are telling you how do you understand it.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Are you also giving the understanding of your understanding to us, or that's what the scripture means?
Well, that's how I understood it. And then it's up to you to make it up your mind. If you want to listen to it, that's why it's fine. But the way I'm telling you, after reading it, you should understand it. It doesn't mean an underage child. In fact, in the Holy Quran, you'll find verses that Allah forbids a child to attend grown-ups at certain times of the day or of the night. It is forbidden. It's haram. A child doesn't attend grown-ups at certain times of the day or the night. Even Allah said those who are mature, who have reached maturity, they shouldn't allow inside the grown-ups domain. So in Islam, as I said, traditionally marrying little girls is not part of it, and Muhammad never did it. He had the girls himself. He had the little girls. He never gave them into marriage at the age of 6 or 9.
Please hold on. I just want to know: is there anybody who can help with this particular? I want to know who, because I'm just reading something here, and it says one second. Okay, 1 second. It just says the Ida of those in menopause and those who do not have menses. Allah the Exalted clarifies the waiting period of the women in menopause, and that is the one whose menstruation has stopped due to her old age. Her Ida is 3 months instead of the 3 monthly cycles for those who menstruate, which is based upon the ayah in Surah Al-Baqarah C 228. The same for the young who have not yet reached the years of menstruation. Their Ida is 3 months like those in menopause. This is the meaning of this saying.
Are you satisfied with that? Are you happy with that? Are you?
I'm sorry, host. Can I quickly say something, please?
Okay, please go on.
The reason why I came here was because I heard that the initial topic was discussion of the existence of God, not menstruation. Because if it is about menstruation, I don't think I have anything to say. So we don't lose the audience from the topic.
We got to this point. How it's going to start. We don't know how it's going to end. We just go along, right? And this is where we find ourselves. But if you have anything, anyway, Mr. Mal, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming on.
Can I just say something as well? Because like the gentleman just said, I believe you said you're Afro-atheist.
Yes, I'm Afro-atheist. Yes.
So basically, what do you believe in then?
Well, I have a range of things that I believe in, but God is not one of them.
So you have a belief then?
So I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't believe in the gods that have been presented. So
yes, you don't. That's your belief. That's your belief, basically. That's what is your belief.
I don't know if there is a God, a belief in any higher powers.
That's even itself is a belief.
I don't need to believe in a higher power. It's not a belief.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what I'm trying to say. If you look at our Islamic Shahada, what we call proclamation of faith, it starts by the point you are. La ilaha illa. Now, if he says no deity, and then you continue, you come out of this belief, you enter the domain of belief. Illa Allahu, except Allah.
Mao.
Yes.
Some people can actually leave their existence.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
That's me.
That's good. That's good. Absolutely right. But
no belief. I don't subscribe to any ideologies. I don't subscribe to any belief system. I'm just beliefless.
So but when you say you are an agnostic, what do you mean by that? Because agnostic it does mean you haven't made up your mind yet.
No, that's not what it means. If a God is presented in the future, right, then I would know that there is one. But that I will worship that God, absolutely not. No, but at least I would know then that there is a God, right? Right now, I don't know whether there is one or there is not one, right? But if one is presented and he shows himself, I can see him, okay, then I'll know, all right, so this is the God they've been talking about all this while.
Do you
But
have to?
I
Do
don't
you have
have
to
to
see?
worship
Do
it.
you have to see God in order to believe in Him?
Your God would, the God would know what I need in order to believe him.
That's what I'm saying. So you can still.
Actually, I'm a very visual person, and if God knows that, you know, if he knows he wants to show himself, he would know that showing himself would be okay.
You have to, in your heart and mind, you have to search for God. You will get the direction, the manifestation somewhere.
Like I said, I am content in not having a belief system. I'm very content. I live a godless, God-free life, and I'm very fulfilled and very content. I don't need to search for anything.
But what do you think?
Searching.
What do you think is what do you think is your purpose then in this life? Is it? Did life has any purpose for you?
I need a God to have
in this life. Why are we here?
Well, I'm a mother. I'm a mother. That's one.
Yes. Is that all?
I'm a great member of the society.
Yes.
I
don't think you need to answer that kind of question because it's like
I'm here right now. I'm here right now, right?
Yes.
This is my purpose: exposing religion for the falsehood in religion, exposing religion for the lies. That's the purpose. I have some charity.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree with that on that. Yes, but how about those who cannot be a mother, who cannot do anything that you're doing? What will you say is their purpose then?
Sorry, say that again.
How about, I said that's excellent, but how about those who cannot do what you're doing and cannot be a mother? What would be their purpose? Are they living for nothing?
They will find a purpose.
How would you know? They would basically
need God to have a purpose.
Yeah. You're telling me that religion creates purpose for those people?
Basically what he's saying.
Well, yes. My purpose, because I have a body and a soul to where it comes from. That's one of my.
Okay.
That's my first purpose.
So
my second purpose. Can I just finish?
Hold on. Let's
so you're telling me.
Okay, hold on, everyone. Don't forget, Mr. Kind. Mr. Kind is kindly waiting for his turn. So please, Mr. Mal, please try and round it up, please. Okay?
Yeah. Let Mr. Kind talk, please. Mr. Kind, go ahead.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Mal, I appreciate you so much, and host, thank you for the program. I've been here for some days listening to your program. To start with, I'm a Christian. Let me establish that. I don't like to use speech to deceive anyone. To start with, I'm a Christian. I'm a Bible believing Christian. And I mean no disrespect or negative comment or anything.
Yes, tap on your screen.
But one thing is certain for sure.
Randolph, hold on.
Randolph,
hold on, please. Randolph,
Yes, I'm
Are you
here.
done speaking? I would like to bring someone else up.
I will contribute. I
Okay.
want him to finish.
So I need to bring up Raskilo. Oh, then, okay. Raskilon, sorry.
Okay. So for me, I'm not going to start bringing up points from the Bible or from the Quran, that part of the Quran, and someone will tell you this is what it means. Another person will come and tell you, no, it meant another thing else. And before you realize it, more people become more confused. But for me, I rather like to deal with reality of life, what's currently happening around me and you, what we can see physically.
Oh, that's nice.
What's currently going on as a proof of whatever we are claiming. If we claim there is God, there should be some proof. If we claim there is no hell or there's life after death, we should be able to have some certain proof. We live in that age already. Okay, well, one thing I would like to contribute into this topic is one thing is for sure. I solidly believe that, like I have a friend, and this friend said to me, I don't believe in God. I said, okay. And he was expecting me to convince him and tell him, wow, why do you mean there's no God, blah, 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 blah. I tell him, I don't have to convince you. If there is God and you are interested in finding out, well, you go ahead and do your research. And if he's interested in making himself known to you, he will make yourself known to you. Because everything is just too perfect across the galaxies.
That's
everything is too perfect. Just give me,
That's false.
you give me time. No, bro. When someone else is speaking, you mute. That's how communication works. Did you see me saying a single word?
It's fine. Just continue.
You mute. When someone is done, then you speak. One thing is certainly for sure. Not everyone will believe that God exists. That don't believe God exists. Let me give you those two classes of people. The first set of people who don't believe God exists are people who had bad experiences from their young. These are people that had bad issues. Let me give you an example of them. Again, I said two types of people. I will explain them to you. The first sort of people who don't believe God exists happened in their life, and they were like, where was God? If this God was really there, where was he? Why didn't he step into it? Why did he let someone rape me? Why did he let this happen to me? Blah, 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 blah. On that ground, there is no God. This is one set of people. The second set of people are people who just want to know. They're still finding proof. Where is the proof? Where is this God? If they say it's even somewhere, at least we should even see something. I can't see anything. All I'm just seeing is different religion popping up, say there's God. These are people who just want to find their path. Now, these are two sets of some certain issue. I've met them before. I've counseled some people as well. At the end of the day, some still remain where they are and say, no, there is no God, because they have their point. The second set of people who said, no, this God is not there because I've not seen some proof. Some people have seen proof, good enough for them. Some people have not seen proof yet. So I don't discriminate based on what people believe. Now, my final point about if God exists, God does not exist, is this: what's in our head. We have dreams, we have visions, we have so many things going on. Now, what stopped me actually? What stopped me from picking up the gun and do harm to somebody else? Some will say, oh, you don't have conscience. What is conscience to start with? Who gave you this conscience? We have conscience. I know that if I pick a rifle and I do harm to you and I bring you down, I start feeling bad. Why should I feel bad if I'm a machine? I should not feel bad. I shouldn't feel anything. I've to Raw. I'm not going to report to anybody. No one is going to judge me, right? So I should be free to do what I like. Why do we have government in the first place? Where do we copy the government system from? Happen to the country overnight? How we are going to plunge straight into unrest and civil society, anarchy society immediately when there is no government in place? What kept the whole human in place? How many police do we have in the country? Some country have less than 200,000 police, but they have a citizen of about 200 million people.
I'm going to interrupt you because everything you've said so far doesn't lead us to a God at all.
If you would allow, I just started speaking.
No, you already talked about 3 different points, and these are just,
Yeah, he
just
doesn't
going
want to
on.
be
You're on to the police now. If I get a gun, shoot them, but before I say anything, one of the viewers on YouTube, because I'm streaming this on YouTube as well, Chris Moore says, if you can quote me to TikTok, the TikTok audience, the existence of a God does not automatically the basis of their celestial nature. So even if you do provide evidence for the God, does not mean that humans must worship it. So thanks, Chris Moore.
I wasn't even talking about worship.
Right. Now, my question to you is, so what convinced you of the God of the Bible? What was the thing that made you decide, out of all the 4,000 gods, 4,000 plus gods out there, the God of the Bible must be the true God?
Good question. Thank you for that question. Let me ask you the same question. I'm sure you're from Africa, and it may be from Nigeria, perhaps. One thing is certainly for sure, we have what we call our traditional ways back home, where you worship idols and you worship deities and spirits. Let me ask you one
question. I don't subscribe to any of that.
Okay, but let me ask you this very question. Do you believe that for years and years our ancestors have worshipped a lot of idols? Do you believe these items can do good and do harm? Yes or no?
Anywhere you have belief systems, there will always be people that had a lack of belief.
No.
So saying
our
that
parents worship idols.
No, our parents worshipped idols.
Yes, and these idols can do harm.
Stop.
Yes or no? You know that, right?
Please stop. Please stop. Stop.
Okay.
Stop. This is one thing I find that Christians do. Christians will call other people's gods. They call them idols. So what the Christian is doing is they're placing their own God on a high pedestal. Now, our forefathers, our ancestors, those ones, now those do. So please, if you're going to go on in this conversation, please do not refer to those makes your God better than theirs. At least their God looks like them. At least their God could relate to them. At least their God did not take them as slaves.
Let me just rephrase it for you. So what I'm just trying to
If
say,
any is the idol, yours is the biggest idol.
no problem. All right. So do you believe that the gods which was being worshipped by African ancestors, do you believe them? Can they bring good and harm to
believe in
anybody?
the existence of
You
those.
don't believe that? All right. I'm sure majority of you, majority of the people listening might come from Africa, and we know for sure. We all know for sure. You step into a shrine, and maybe there's human. Give me just hold
I
on.
will step into that
Let
shrine
me
and
just
nothing will
finish my
happen
question.
to me.
Wait now, let me finish my question, please.
Shrine
We
where they do
know for sure.
bringing
I
me.
will.
You know what? Fitness monk, go ahead and answer this. Just go ahead and
let me, if you allow me to finish my phrasing my question. Let me finish my asking you the question. Then you understand what I'm saying. Maybe you don't believe, but your belief is different from over 200 million Nigerians. Or for sure, there are many people who knows that back home where we are from.
So because 200 million Nigerians have a belief, it makes it right?
No, I am trying to put something together. If you will let me finish my speech, then you will know where I'm going. Please allow me.
But if we allow you to finish everything, we might forget.
I will not. I can't forget. Just let me finish the statement. It's a statement of line. I just want to put out there. I'm not arguing about God's
things without being
questioned. Listen, I am not even coming to speak as a Christian. I'm not. Listen, I want to give you an example.
King, can I say, host? Can I say something, King? Host, can I ask you a question if you don't mind, please?
Hey, Captain.
No, hold on, guys. You guys have been talking too long. This is the thing. If you hear, you might be an atheist, you might be a Christian or a Muslim, or you believe in something else. Don't come up here and tell us I'm a Christian, but we don't want to hear the but. I'm a Muslim, but we don't want to hear the but. What are you? If you're a Christian,
and he started off saying that he was.
We don't want to hear all that. Come on, guys. If you call a spade, let's go into it.
Now, what I'm trying to say is, host, like I said, if you step back home, all right, where we have shrines back home, each of these shrines has got an entity in them.
It's not true.
Now, and I haven't even said a single line, and I'm being interrupted.
Listen,
but this is not proper. This is not conversation. Allow me
to anything. He later became a Christian, but he had deities and things. So anywhere you had people that these African spirituality, I can guarantee you there were folks that didn't believe in these things. Shrine or no shrine, there were people that didn't believe, especially those drunkards that go and drink pami in the under the tree, when they go and drink their palm wine, you think those ones believe in those gods? They had no time for that nonsense. Give them their drink and they're good to go.
So can I speak now?
Yes, you can speak now.
Thank you. Now, my question goes again. I'm rephrasing this. I'm not even talking about the existence of God or no God. I'm talking about a supreme being. This is where I'm going. Now, the first thing,
okay, so now we're on to supreme.
Can you allow me to speak, please? If you won't allow me to speak, I can do.
I'm trying to
I am not
clarify.
I am just trying to.
I'm trying to clarify. No. No, listen. I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to clarify. No. I am trying to clarify where we are going. You just said we're no longer on the subject of God. Now we are on to the subject of supreme being. Am I right or wrong? I'm trying to clarify.
No, you are still on the same topic. If you allow me, you cannot ask me a question and then you do not ask me for a yes and no question. It's a question that comes, an answer that comes with an explanation.
Okay,
allow me to explain.
All right,
if I explain, then you will get where I'm going.
Just 1 minute, please.
All right, thanks for having me. Thank you so much. Don't worry. Thank you. Thank you.
Host, can I say something then in that case, please?
Oh, yeah, he just left. Oh,
may I say something? May I say something?
He just left.
If you guys don't mind, please.
Yeah, you can.
Yes. So the topic is to give a proof of the existence of God. Host.
That's not the topic.
Yes.
That's not
yes,
that is not even the topic. The topic is the gender of God is changing.
Yes.
Or they them.
Well, I tell you what, me as a Muslim, I welcome that very much.
So God will no longer be called our father or our daddy. No.
Yes. Absolutely right.
Our friend, our they them, or the it who art in heaven.
you see, sister, the problem we have, we're trying to materialize God. We're trying to give God our future. Our futures. We're trying to when we think of saying that God made us in his image, and people take that as God looks like us. He doesn't look like us. If you say he has no gender at all. This is why in Islam the word Allah is the perfect name for the Creator, because that word has no plural, has no gender. This is why the word Allah is in Islam the perfect word. The rest are just attributes. It doesn't say any gender about God, the Creator.
But he allows you to beat your wives.
No, it doesn't allow. Listen, sister, that's the level of you see
Well,
the verse.
I read you the
And,
scripture now.
yeah, no, no,
let me-
no. I'm trying to explain to
Hold on,
you.
hold on. Raskilo, hold on,
I
please.
tried to
Hold
explain to you.
Anything.
I feel like what you were saying about the Quran earlier, I feel like you're just cherry picking what you want, and those that you do not need, you just ignore it. Why'd you do that? Because it's like you're making your own book.
Okay, guys,
But from what we,
I need the rest.
I have a-
I need back.
But most of the things that we know about the Quran, about like the story about Aisha per se, you were saying Aisha was 9.
Verse on those hadiths. Listen, there is no age of Aisha in the Holy Quran about her marriage.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Those hadiths are fake hadiths that's been made up. They're not reality.
Okay. So how old was Aisha according to you?
She was it's not according to me. Just go on Google and search it. Aisha had let me explain to you again. Fitness. I'm sorry, let me explain to you again. Aisha had the big sister called Absa, who was 29 years older than her.
No. Fitness.
May I finish? Can I finish?
No, because you
He's going to go over that whole thing again.
When we Google, it's not in the Quran. So what are you?
What is that? Excuse me.
You said we should go Google. When we Google, it's not in the Quran.
You
don't believe anything
listen,
else. Quran, correct?
Raskilo, that is what I told. That is what I told him. There is a history outside the Holy Quran about Aisha's age, and nobody's looking at that.
So hold on. Do you believe in anything outside the Quran?
Yes, I do.
So why are we telling you something from the Hadith and you telling us that
made up? It's not reality.
So
that's
what
what
it fits you. It's okay.
No, it is. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Because I know that did never happen. That's what I'm trying to put to you.
Okay,
when Muhammad has a daughter, when Muhammad has a daughter, Muhammad has 3 girls, and none of them got married at the age of 6. In fact, when her first daughter was asking for marriage, he said she's very young.
Okay.
So why would Muhammad go? Why would and again? And again,
it's not in the Quran, right?
Well,
so
there is a history outside the Holy Quran.
Okay,
that's what
so
I'm trying to put to you. The hadith,
so what I'm
the
saying
hadith.
is, you made a statement. You don't believe in the Quran, but you giving us history.
What do you mean? I don't believe. What do you mean? I don't believe the Quran? Is it?
No. So he said the hadith is different from the Quran.
The hadith is different from the Holy Quran. They're not even the same. Gospels, they are different of the Old Testament. Our hadith.
So I'm agreeing with you. So all we got to talk about right now is the Quran, correct?
Yes, correct. Yes.
Yes. So why are you telling us that there is history outside the Quran that we could Google?
Because this topic, because the topic here is not in the Holy Quran. It came outside the Holy Quran.
So your proof is not in the Quran.
The topic is not in the Holy Quran.
So your proof is not on the Holy Quran, right? Right.
Whose
your
proof
is on Google, right?
No. I'm trying to give you a source where you also can
confused or
go and
fitness?
find out
Somebody help
about
me
the
out.
truth about this issue. Because Aisha's marriage, listen, the only issue that about Aisha that is mentioned in the Holy Quran, in fact, Aisha is not referred directly, but there was an issue that somebody suspected that she might be having an affair with someone, and the Prophet got very angry against her. And then at some point, Allah revealed a verse to clear the name of Aisha, and then that became a lesson for us Muslims never to accuse a chaste woman of adultery when they haven't done anything. Allah says that is a sin.
All right, brother. So
That's the only time.
Okay, so I accept whatever you said. So my question to you is, whatever you said right now, is it in the Quran?
About what?
You said the age of Aisha being 19 and all that. Is it in the Quran?
No, it's not in the Holy Quran. No.
So it's not. But then earlier on, you said
Yes.
when we referred you to something with the hadith, you told us hadith is not the Quran, so you don't believe it.
No. What I've said is Muhammad was given the Holy Quran, not the
you're
hadith.
going back. I'm not
No,
talking
well,
about
I have to tell you. Well, listen, maybe you forgot what I've said.
Brother,
I didn't forget what I've said.
You said,
listen,
you said anything outside the Quran is wrong, correct?
I haven't said that. No, I haven't said that. I haven't said that at all.
Okay. So now, then.
No, I haven't said that.
Okay, so then some hadith is telling us that Aisha got married at the age of 6.
I told you that is fake. Listen, do you have an evidence?
No.
Well, that's the thing. That's the point. The hadith can be made up. The hadith that listen, if you look at the old book of hadith, normally hadith will have many narrators, but this particular hadith has no narrators except Aisha herself. How comes? How comes nobody else mentioned this hadith?
Okay, so that is wrong. So then, whatever you're saying right now, what makes it right?
What I've said?
You giving us the age and everything with Aisha. What makes it right?
Because that is the historical fact. Has big sister?
No, it's not. It's not, because if you want to vote on this, everybody knows that Aisha was married to Muhammad at 6.
How do you know? How do you know that?
So he tried to determine the age of Aisha with the big sister's age.
That's correct. That's what it is. This is everyone who will
That's what
explain
he
this
tried
to
to
you.
do.
They will do the same thing because nobody
He
else.
said the big sister was 29 and she was 10 years older than Aisha.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that makes Aisha 19. That's what he was trying to say.
I tell you what. I tell you what happened. Where Aisha's big sister was 29 years friend. I don't think you do understand.
The Quran is actually encouraging violence.
Just answer the question.
And you're
You
saying
follow what
that
the
you
Quran says.
Fitness, you shouldn't say that.
Another one as well that doesn't come with, goes all the way here, and then you've got 9.
How many people have Muslims killed on this planet? The fuck are you talking about?
Listen,
Yeah,
you are being very
fitness,
rude
you
now.
don't
You
know.
are being very rude. I'm not
don't
gonna
know.
swear at you, but you are
what
being
you
very
said
rude.
earlier.
You see, that's the problem. That's the problem because your brain is not working. That's why you're being rude.
No,
Why
how
can't
am I
you?
being rude, bro?
Why can't you
How am I
talk
being rude?
civilizedly? Why can't you talk
just
with
said-
civilization?
You just made a statement. You just made a statement about atheists.
This is the problem with people like you. When your brain doesn't function, you start to get angry against people. Why?
What are you talking about?
Why are you being rude to me?
Is that your defense mechanism? You don't want to answer the question? I asked you a simple question. Just answer it.
Listen, I'm not gonna answer your question if you're being rude to me. I don't have to answer you.
You are a dishonest
You can't
person.
answer the question.
You've been dancing around the entire
Well,
time.
you are the.
You don't want to answer questions, and here you are. He just left. Exactly.
I don't understand.
How do you say atheists do the most shit on this planet when we have a bunch of religious people in prison?
That's a statement he shouldn't have made. Like, these days nobody will come out as an atheist except they tell you they're an atheist. So you can't say an atheist has done more crime than any other person. We only know someone coming out as a Christian or Muslim.
It was one of the moderators that actually dropped him.
Yeah. When you go to criminal records, like atheists are like, we make like 1% in the prisons. So how do you say that we are the ones with the problem? How do you get to that conclusion without even looking? This basically tells us about the kind of person we're dealing with here. He doesn't look into things. He just goes on Google, finds something, and he comes out to tell us that what's in the book is not what it is, but what he thinks is right. And we can't go with that. That's basically what he's been doing the entire time. Dancing around stories that he wants to tell, and not what it is.
I mean,
there's this point I want to
pay him
make.
no mind, brother. Don't pay him no mind because he doesn't even know nothing. He don't know nothing.
It's crazy.
You're telling me you are a Muslim, and there are 3 steps that Muhammad is saying, and you saying you don't go by that. So why the fuck are you a Muslim then? That's the steps you have to take.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't being pushed earlier, so he had the chance to pretend.
Right, he got it easy.
But now that he got
I mean, look at the young girl that was killed in Nigeria just some months ago. Here, Deborah Samuel. Right?
I have that video.
Yeah, Deborah.
Just killed, but at the hands of these Muslims, and they were busy shouting "Allahu Akbar" on camera. These people, their faces are on camera like this. YouTube took down my video because I made a video. I put it on my YouTube channel. YouTube. Well, I didn't show her body, just them shouting Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and YouTube said your video is I don't know what they said anyway, but they took it down.
It's for your safety, not for YouTube safety. It's for your safety.
They have been
Because you don't
brainwashed.
know who might see the video and get angry. There is someone that made a comment on Twitter. I don't know if you know him, BOD. He actually said if you have taken picture with Anobi before, that you should drop your
Who is
account for
Anobi? Who is
50,000.
Anobi?
Anobi, I don't know. I think that's the prophet of Allah. That's what they
Oh,
call him, like Anobi. So the Muslim community were like, we let one pass, we can't
Shango,
let this pass. We're going to deal with you. I'm
Shango
like,
Jesus.
just because of
Shango
his
Jesus.
statement, you said you are going to deal with someone. They said they were going to look for him, and the guy started apologizing, like he said it does not mean any harm to the religion.
But Black
If you
Sheep,
see how they were,
Black Sheep, you know we can't have this
yeah, I can hear
conversation.
you.
You know we can't do this in Nigeria, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm just trying to remain anonymous.
You better. Because guys, you know,
But-
in Nigeria's constitution, there's a clause, there's a law in there for blasphemy against either the Christian God or the Muslim God in the country's constitution. Just that the Christians are very relaxed. The Christians are more relaxed on that side of things. They don't really, they don't pursue that
the
bit.
politics of Nigeria, yeah, is actually backed up by religion.
True,
Anything the
true,
imam
true.
or the pastor approves is what the
Yes,
government will approve.
Yeah.
So that's the way it is. It's backed on the religion, and Nigerians, there are people that strongly believe in religion. They would rather listen to their pastor than listen to the government.
Yeah. Same thing.
So that's why the government uses these religious people, the pastors, the head of churches and imam, to penetrate into the heart of the people when it comes to voting, election stuff.
Yeah. Similar thing is people are trying to make that same thing in Ghana, like making decisions based on religious ideas, but it's not that strong over here.
Yeah. People don't know what happens after death. And if these religious people come and tell you that there is hell, there is heaven after, and all the information from God,
Yeah.
a divine
Yeah.
being, you
Hungry time.
understand? So, yeah, because you don't know what happens after death, that's the same, that's the way they are playing on your intelligence. Like, you don't know what happened after you die,
Everyone,
then they can come and tell you that there is heaven and hell
okay.
somewhere
Everyone,
waiting for you.
everyone, hold on, please. Just hold on 1 second. This should be interesting. This is someone that this is someone I challenged to come up. They had a lot to say in the chat, and I told him,
Who told you?
I dare you to come up. He has decided to
You're
come
welcome.
up. He has
You're
decided to come
welcome.
and show me he is the true son of his mother. Oh yeah, I'm ready for you. Oh, yeah, let's go. No, you had your mouth was big in the chat, right? All right, come on, bring it. I'm hearing you.
I do like you, madam. Thank you very much.
I thought you won't come up. Okay, here we go.
You are welcome.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting anyway.
Okay.
It's very, very interesting. I have seen what you are doing. I have seen
Okay.
what I appreciate.
You say,
I
are
really,
you your name
I,
says Herb Medic.
yes.
Are you a herb medic?
Yes, I have that gift anyway.
Sorry?
I said I have that gift anyway.
Oh, you have a gift of
Give me
herbs.
on that area.
So tell me, what is the biggest ailment that you have cured?
The biggest ailment.
Mm. I mean, what is
Okay,
the biggest thing that you have done?
nice.
Yeah, the biggest sickness, ailment. Yes, I'm curious.
This madam said. Okay, we're not going to talk about that now.
Yes, we're
I am.
going to talk about it. If you come up, what do you think you were coming up to come and do? To come and sing happy birthday to me? It's not my
No.
birthday. Don't worry. I'm good.
No. Your topic is very, very interesting. I think we should deal on that now. For now.
Hey, Shaman.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, I said your topic is very, very interesting. So I think it's enough for us for now.
No, it's not enough. I need to know. Listen,
Yeah.
from the look of things, it looks, because you were saying in the chat that there is an entity, just not the Christian God. You know what the things you were saying now?
Yeah.
You were saying not the Christian one, that there is one, but just not the Christian one. Oh yeah, tell us about the one now that you were talking about in the chat.
No, you want to, what I will say here is that I've been following your programs, and all your programs kind of directed to the fact that there is no God. Are you getting what I'm saying? And that is what I am doubting you. I believe that there is God. There is a super energy.
Energy.
There is a super energy. There is a God that created all things, the universe. I believe there is one in charge of everything.
Hold on. When you say he created all things, did he create my feces, my poop? Too?
Everything.
He created that too.
Everything.
Okay.
Yeah, all were created. Everything. He created everything. This God, the problem we have is this religion of eating. That is the problem we have. These religions that are being imposed on people. This God I'm talking about is not of Christians. It's neither of Christians or of this Muslim or any other religion. This is a God that stands on its own.
It stands on its own.
Yes, it's a God of all
languages. Tell me, how do you know about this God? Do you have a book or somewhere? Where can I go to go and find out about this God you speak of?
I think from few answers from you.
From Google?
No. Let me come up. I believe from few answers from you, I will establish this. Let me ask you something.
Okay.
Let me ask you something. Are you beholding the stars?
Am I?
Do you see the stars?
No, I'm indoors, so I won't be able to see the stars.
Okay, do you know about the stars?
I see them up there.
Good. And you know about the sun?
I see it up there. I feel it.
The sun is a star. What are you talking about?
The moon and the firmament.
Yes,
You're seeing
they're
them?
there. Yes, they're there. Yes.
Okay. These are natural things you believe, right?
I don't believe them.
Yeah,
I
there's no
see
These
them.
are natural things you believe,
I
right?
believe the sun.
You
what is a
believe that they are
firmament?
not natural things.
Afro, I
I
want you
believe
to explain what a firmament is because we know there's nothing like that in space. What is a
I'm
firmament?
okay, the cloud we are seeing. The cloud. Are you seeing the cloud?
You mean there's a cloud? That's just
The cloud, the sky. You see the
but
sky?
the Bible says firmament or whatever. Like it actually explains it in a different way. So
I'm coming. I said, do you see the sky? The sky, the sky.
yeah, I do see the sky if I go out. Yeah.
The cloud. You believe, we all believe that these are natural things, right?
We don't believe, we know they're natural. What do you mean that we believe? Like,
are they natural things or not? Do you believe they are natural things or not?
Natural, what are they? That's the question.
Are they being created?
How would I know what's created? Like, who created it?
Are they? No, I'm not saying who created them.
And I'm
On your
asking,
own, from your own opinion, I'm coming.
From what?
Allow
Okay.
me establish.
We know how these things come about, right? So I can't say they were created. They're not. It takes a long time for those things to come about. To get an atmosphere on a planet, it takes a very long time. So I can't just say they were created. They weren't created.
So just a quick question. Herb Medic,
Yeah,
do you know what Herb Medic, do you know what a belief is?
You have not allowed me establish my opinion. Let me establish my opinion.
Oh, you want to establish? Okay.
Just let me just finish. What I was trying to ask, if we all here believe that these are natural things or things that are being created by men. You know, there are things that are being created by men, like these gadgets that we are communicating with are being created by men. These televisions they are watching, this light, these airplanes, all these things are being created by man, right?
Right. We know it's being created by man. We don't believe it.
Okay.
We know.
Okay. We know. That is what I'm saying. I said we know that they are being created by men.
Correct.
Do you know how comes about these natural things I've mentioned?
No, I don't.
You don't know.
We do have theories that actually explain those things, but what do you think it is?
You don't know. So that makes me believe. That makes me believe that those things didn't appear coincidentally.
Hold on, everyone. Hold on, please. Hold on. Herb Medic, what's wrong with your mic? Is it you or is it Abdul?
It's like there's something rubbing over.
Someone's mic is just something.
It's not me. It's not me.
It's not you, Abdul. Okay.
No.
Herb Medic, do you think you can sort it out?
No, it's not
wrong with your. Yes, it is. It is yours, Herb Medic.
Yeah, he's breathing through it. Close to the mic.
Breathing through it? Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Can you guys hear him though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool.
All
right, go on.
Is it stable? Is it stable now, right? Is it stable now?
Okay, yeah. It just is a background noise.
Okay. So what I'm just trying to say here, your programs are very, very okay. The only thing.
No, not a program. Just go straight to go straight.
Yeah. The only thing I am following up here that I've not agreed with you is the fact that there is no God.
Okay.
I know.
Don't prove it now.
I know that there is God.
All right. Yeah. Prove it.
This is how I'm going to prove it.
Okay, go on.
Okay.
Nobody on earth has anybody on earth been able to prove to us the source of this super energy, all these things I have mentioned. Has anybody on earth met by science, from the scientist or any professor or whatever? Okay. Have we ever been able to get any proof from anywhere or from anybody as a source of these things that I have mentioned? The firmament, the cloud, the sun and every other thing.
Okay, everyone, hold on.
You're
Hold
about
on,
to-
hold on, just hold on 1 second. Okay, so Herb Medic, the answer is no. Nobody has been able to provide any answer for where the energy came from. So please prove to me that it is God that created it.
Yeah, it is a proof. It's a proof on its own that if there is something that you don't know, I myself
Automatically,
don't.
it is God.
Yes, it is a super energy.
Wait. So hold on, guys. Hold on. The gentleman just said
It is a
that
super energy.
something we don't know. It's a proof on its own. That
Yes,
something you don't know, therefore God.
Like, excuse me. When we say something we don't know, when I say something we don't know, not of something that is not true. We have heard about this. We have heard about it. We are feeling it. When you talk something you don't know, it's like something that happened that you are not aware of. We are aware of the sun. We are aware of the moon. We are aware of everything I have mentioned. Just that we don't know the source of their being. Are you getting what I'm saying? And you know that these are the things that you cannot be able to fathom. You cannot tell anything about.
So literally, you saying if we don't know where the thing is coming from, I mean, God did it.
Yeah, there's an energy behind it.
Come on,
so you're saying there's an energy behind. How do you?
Are you calling that energy the God energy?
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you?
No, because my own understanding of what these people are calling God is the creator of the universe, a supreme being, that's a person, or let's say a spirit. So do you believe it's a spirit?
Yes, it's a spirit.
Okay,
So
let me ask.
So what you are trying to say is that spirit should not be classified under a Christian or a Muslim. It should just be general.
Anything about religion is not true.
But the sun, the moon, the stars do not prove God yet. That's the point.
He said?
The stars, the moon, the sun is not a proof of God yet.
Well, what do you need? What kind of proof do you need?
Do you know? Proof is when you know the creator of something.
Just hold on, please. I want to ask a question. So, Herb Medic, there's thousands of gods there, right? I have a list. I have a list of some gods. Give me 1 second. Let me tell you, just a little, list of some gods. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Where am I? Where are my gods? My god people. Where are they? Just give me 1 second. Here we go. Okay, so let me just give you just some examples of some gods. We've got Ashaman, we've got Atlas, Alusua, Belus, Arangan, Guraya, Poseidon.
Somebody's snoring.
No, it's he's breathing through his there's Sinifere, Sugan, Iguk, Ifa.
Please, I have a question for him, please.
Gu, Lisa, Lisa, Lisa is the name of a god. Okanu, Sakpata, Aken, Akur, Amher, Amun, that's Amun-Ra, Baal, Agu, Amadioha, Ikenga, Ikwegala, Anyanwu, Agonju, Eshu, Obatala, Oduduwa. Please tell me, which of these is the god that is the energy creator?
Please, I have questions for him, please.
Thank you
Just
very
hold on,
much.
hold on.
man.
Let him answer my question first. Then he
Yeah,
can
thank
answer.
you very much.
All right.
These are
So
very, very good.
I just read you just a snippet. There are
Yes.
thousands more, right?
Yes.
So please
Yes.
help me to narrow it down. I beg you. Just provide me. Just tell me, how did you find out of all these many gods?
Yeah.
How did we get to
Thank you. Thank you very much.
point zero?
I'm waiting. Thank you very much, Mama.
Thank you.
That word God is just English. Then every other ones you mentioned are all languages.
What?
They are all different languages. The God we are talking about is this word God is just English, which every one of us here, I don't believe English is our native language.
What is that?
I don't believe. I don't know. Okay, I said I don't believe. I disagree that English is my native language. Are you understanding me?
Okay,
You
which
mentioned
is fine. Which is
Mama,
fine.
yeah,
No.
yeah,
Listen.
Mama,
Listen.
yeah. There is something.
Whatever you call it, whatever
If-
you
yeah,
call God,
yes. Thank you
whatever
very much.
you call God,
Yes,
please
in
tell
your
me
language.
how did you get to the point? What is the name of your own?
Thank you very much.
How
You
did you
mentioned.
work
You
out
mentioned.
which of these people, which of these
Yeah.
deities
Thank
is
you
the
very much,
one that
man.
created the
Thank.
because everybody that believes in all these religions that I call,
Yeah.
each
I'm
and
coming.
every single one of them believe that their God is the author of this energy source.
Yeah.
So
I'm
please,
coming. I'm
how
coming.
did you work in? Oh,
Thank you very much.
is my question
My
hard to
language.
understand?
No, it's very, very clear. Just listen to me. It's very, very what you mentioned. The names you mentioned are very, very clear. Look at me. I am an Igbo man.
You can't see you.
You
One name.
mentioned. Yeah, no. You mentioned my language, what my language refers to as God, which is Chuku. Which is Chioku. I am best known to my language. So whatever the Chinese calls that same God, you understand, is the same God they are calling. Whatever the Indians call, whatever they use in calling that God, are you understanding? Is the same Chuku they are calling. Are you understanding? If the Buddha, some call Buddha, are you understanding me? Some call Buddha. I cannot leave my Chuku and start arguing with somebody that is calling the same God I am calling Chuku Buddha, because that person is calling that Buddha in his own language. I am calling
Which
Chuku.
is fine. You're going around in circles. Listen, if you don't know how you came to it, you just assume you know. Just say, okay, I think it is so and so and so. Or just no need to go around in circles.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. What I call him is Chuku.
Okay.
Which
who told
is
you? Who told you about him? Who told you about him?
Who told me about him?
About Chuku, yes.
I knew him from my ancestors. It has been the word they call him. The language was not given to me. It's my indigenous language. It was not brought to me as in like this Christianity God of 18. I learned it from my father, from my forefathers, from even in my tradition. We still prefer him that name.
Okay.
His best known.
Do you pray to him?
Yeah.
You pray to him and he answers your prayers.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about Chuku. Just a little bit.
A little bit about
Chuku. I just want to understand. I just want to understand a bit about, but
You have
the
a-
Christians.
Yeah,
Because guys, what's happening here is what this gentleman is saying. I can somehow understand a little bit, right? The Igbo people referred to this creator as Chuku. but the attributes of Chukwu is not the same as God. So when the Christians came and the Christians were translated the Bible to Igbo language, they used the word Chukwu to define God. So the Christian Chukwu is not the same as his Igbo ancestors' Chukwu. Am I right or am I wrong, Herb Medic?
Because it was called in English. It is being called in English.
It was translated to English. You just
In
went
English.
and looked for what is the name that the Igbo people call their own source. Okay, it's Chukwu. Here, bring Chukwu, put it inside the Bible. Yes?
Yeah. That is what I felt. That is what I know. Are you understanding me? I was born.
That is what it is.
I am an Igbo person. Are you getting what I'm saying? So what I'm just saying here is that this concept of there is no God, because maybe the British, let me call it the Europeans, brought Chukwu in form of Bible to us. We all believe, even personally like me, let me not talk the mind of people. I know that there is fraud, there is deception. I use the knowledge of Christians about God.
Wait, hold on, sir. Hold on. Come on, guys. You guys are not liking. Well, very close to 50K likes. And you people are not gifting anything. What happened to the gifts now? Man. Are you saying that we don't deserve any gifts around here? Come on, guys. Come on. Let's do this. Come on. Hey, come on. There you go. Good boy. Thank you. Thank you so much. What? You sent it to Abdul. Anyway, I don't mind. The people up here. Yes. All right, sir. Please, Mr. Herb Medic.
Let me talk a little and give chance to others.
Yes, Mr. Abdul wants to ask you a question, actually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. I'm listening.
My question goes like this.
I was asking where's my
You
own
said
voice. Cray.
I'm listening.
Okay. And your God knows everything about you.
Someone is snoring.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Who was that?
Who is
I heard that too. I don't know.
Who is sleeping? Nobody is sleeping.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Okay, so Black Sheep, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Black Sheep is there. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Fitness Monk, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Raskilo, are you there?
Yes.
Raskilo is there. So who's snoring? Who's snoring then? Anyway, sometimes it might be just someone sleeping next to you, which is absolutely fine. Okay, Abdul, you ask your question, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Ask your question.
My question is that since your God knows everything about you, why asking him again? Why pray to him? Why asking him again for everything you need?
You're asking me? Are you asking me?
Yes.
Please come again. I didn't hear you well.
Even me, I didn't really hear the question.
I didn't hear that.
My question is that you say your God knows everything about you, your mind, everything.
Please, somebody else should repeat that question. It's not clear.
Okay,
please.
he's asking you that if your God knows everything about you, why do you pray to him?
Wow.
Oh, by the way, is your God a him or a her? Or just genderless?
Just, he said, if my God is a he.
Is it he? Is it her? Or it? They?
Good.
Them?
No. No. This is a very good question as well.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I learned from my ancestors. They called him Chi Uku. They have not said Chi my father or Chi my mother.
But you just said
I
him.
have not heard from Igbo mouth Chi my mother or Chi my father. What we refer to him as Chi Uku.
But
The concept of he or she comes from the Bible. I have
But you
never
just referred to this as him.
I have never, and my ancestors have not heard it from my ancestors about God having wife or God having son.
Okay,
I mean,
so
religion.
your own God, your own God is solo. He flies solo.
Are you going to say, I just had it from my ancestors? If I pray, if I want to pray, I say Chuku,
Chiku. Okay.
Chiuku, Okike, Abiama. That is how we
Okay,
refer him.
can we mute someone? There's feedback.
Yeah.
There's feedback. Someone's mic. Abdul, do you want to mute? Fitness Monk, do you want to mute
Hey,
your mic?
I've been complaining about that since that there's an echo.
There's feedback. Okay.
I mean,
Okay,
nobody's.
Abdul, mute your just mute your mic for 1 second.
Are we here?
Okay, so Herb Magic, this
You're
your
welcome.
God. Just thank you. This your God, eh? Does it tell you to go and bring everybody to him? You know the way the Christians came to Africa to come and recruit everybody to their God. Now everybody and their mother they are now pastors and Christians and all over the place. Does your Chuku, does he tell you to go and win all the souls to me?
Thank you very much. In my tradition, we are Democrats in nature. We don't believe in my culture, in the culture of the Igbos. We are Democrats in nature. If you are a king, you are a king in your house. If you are a rich man, you are a rich man in your house. Everybody have one God and pray to his God. No one come to convince you to preach to you to come and believe in his or her God. We have it common in our language as Chi Uku Okike Abiama. We pray in our various homes and we come together to commune as a family, as a community. Nobody preach, leave your own to come to me. We are Democrats in nature, as Igbo we are. We don't preach to others to come and believe in the one we have. We don't preach to others unless,
okay.
And which
so,
is
so
not.
Hold on 1 second. Craig
Yeah.
in the chat is saying that the Igbos were very much like the Hindus. So that's what you think, that the Igbos were very much like the Hindus. So Herb Medic, now let me ask you. This is going to be my final question so that we can move on. Yeah.
There's one question from one guy, so I've not really got it.
He asked you why do you pray? Why do you pray?
Okay. Why do you ask? Let me, in a parable or in an illustration, let me answer that with a question. Why do you ask your father for what you don't have? If you believe you have a father, why do you go to your father and ask him of what you don't have? Why do you go to your father and ask him what you?
Thank you. Can I answer that?
Come up.
Thank you. Can I answer that?
Come up. Come up. I'm listening.
Thank you. I ask my father because I see my father. Thank you.
Good. You see him as your father, and he gives you what he can give to you as a father. So that
but
which
God you are asking, did you see him?
I'm coming. You don't need to see God. We have made it pop and plain here that God is a spirit.
What
We
does
made
it
it clear.
what does it mean? What does it mean spirit? What do you when
No,
you
no,
say
no.
spirit, what do
So,
you mean
yeah,
spirit?
when we say spirit,
Yeah, what does that mean? A
when you
spirit.
mention every culture, every religion believe that there is a spiritual world. Are you understanding me?
No, I know that. I know people believe in
Yeah,
spiritual. I'm asking you,
yeah,
when you say spirit, what
yeah.
does spirit mean? If I want to understand, so just imagine you're talking to a 10-year-old, yeah, and they say, what is a spirit, right? How do you explain spirit to them? Because you say God is a spirit.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Where do
We
spirit? Because where do spirit live? Where do they live? Do they live where? Where are the
they
spirit?
live in spiritual world, we believe. We know.
Where is spiritual world?
You want me to tell you that American is in Europe, or London is in UK is in Europe?
No, you just said they live in spiritual world. Where is that?
Yes, that is. Do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you that UK is in Europe?
I can see the map of
The
UK. I
spiritual
just go
world.
to
Okay, let me
Google.
answer you that.
The
Google
background
Let me
world.
go
sound is
straight to it.
not make
Let me go,
the
sorry. No, let me go straight to it. The spiritual world. That's why I use UK. Telling you that UK is in Europe. Spiritual world is in spiritual world. The spirit is in spiritual world,
What
which
is
we
this?
believe that that spiritual world exists. Are you
What is
understanding? You
God?
have your opinion. You have opinion. You have opinion to doubt it, but that
No,
is what I know.
to
That is my
explain to us
culture.
what it is.
I'm not telling you. I'm not telling you here like what Mama asked. I'm not telling you to leave what you believe to join me.
We are
That's
not
why I
saying
tell
that.
you.
We're just asking you what it is.
That's why.
What is?
That's
please,
why I
my
said
question
we
has
are.
not been answered though.
No. Your Mama asked a question. It's not yours. I'm coming. That's why I reminded Mama that someone asked
Sorry,
it.
because I interjected. Sorry.
Abdul's question. I add something to Abdul's question. The premise was he asked you a question before that follow-up question. He asked you if your God knows everything you want. That was the premise.
Yes.
So you couldn't
Yes.
have used that father analogy you put up.
Okay, let me.
Because his father does not know everything he wants. You're talking about a
Mama.
God who knows basically
Mama.
everything you want.
Because guys,
Mama.
listen. Help medic.
Mama.
Help medic. Wait, hold on. Please,
The question
help
is
medic. Please hold on. Mute your
Okay.
mic for a second. Help medic. Just mute
I
your
think
mic.
the feedback is coming from
It's
Abdul.
coming from
Yeah.
no, it's not from Abdul. It's from help medic.
Are you sure?
Yes.
No, it's not from me.
Yes. Everyone, just mute your mic for a second.
All right.
Just everybody, just mute your mic for a second.
All right.
Abdul, okay. Now, the point where we are at now, when we're having these conversations, what we tend to find is if they're not Christian or they're not Muslim, then they're thinking spiritual. They're thinking about this spirit realm. And one thing is becoming very apparent here, and that is that, oh, let's go back to the ways of our ancestors. When you ask the people who believe in the ways of our ancestors, boy, oh boy, you will never get one particular, oh, I like that. You will not get one particular, everyone just seems to have different ways of the ancestors, which is fine, which is fine. Our ancestors once believed these things. They didn't know any better. Doesn't make them idols. So Christians, you better listen, pull your ears, you Christians that call the way of your forefathers and your ancestors, you call them demons. Shame on you. Especially that one that came here and said that the way of the ancestors is demonic. No, what was it she said? She said that the reason why our ancestors deserved slavery was because they weren't worshiping the true God and they were not reading their Bible. Please, Mr. Heb, can you mute your mic? Okay. So, guys, where we are at this stage now is, if it is the way of our ancestors, this is 2023. What are we doing now? Where are we going with these beliefs? If you go and find out now, the other one that came yesterday or day for yesterday was telling us that in his own pantheon, whatever he believes, you need protection from the evil ones. When I asked him, what do I need protection from the evil, from their jealousy? Jealousy for what? Look, I think we have now reached the stage where we need to start asking these questions. Are these belief systems, are they useful to us? Are they useful? Ask Mr. Herb Medic now. The answer is not straightforward. We're just okay, and please don't get me wrong. I'm not. This is no disrespect to the man. I'm actually enjoying him, and I would like for him to really come and tell us about Chukwu on another day. Honestly, I would love to hear about Chukwu, because I hear more about Ifa and Olodumare, never really about Chukwu and the others. So I would like to hear more about that particular deity. But guess what? Where does that lead us? When we leave Christianity and we leave Islam, you find people now, you now see them in all these religious and spiritualist centers. Tell them, come and go and bring a goat and we will wash your head. Go and bring a chicken and we will wash your leg. Go and bury a chicken inside the ground to cook good food. If you want money, get rich quick. Go and bring, it gets even worse. If you want to get rich, they tell you, go and bring your lover. Go and bring a human sacrifice. This is what happens in these spiritual places. So until you guys where are we going? This spiritual thing. If we dig further now, this Chukwu, the beliefs, dig further, you go and see there are things in there that are problematic. So as much as I want us to continue these conversations, all I'm asking is, guys, we can do better. We don't need, because our ancestors believed it. Where did he get them? Where did he get them? I appreciate my ancestors, but I'm sure my ancestors will be saying, okay, now it's time for you now to do you, move forward and find your own path. That's what my ancestors will be saying. They will say, look, it didn't lead us anywhere. Rather, it brought us division. Rather, it failed us. So what are you doing? So anyway, don't let me label too much talk. So guys, all I'm saying is, tomorrow, after Herb Medic goes, tomorrow, you wait. Another person will still come and tell us about their own African spirituality God. It's like every day, a new one comes. Where's it taking us? Sorry, guys. I know I was talking too much. Sorry.
Yeah, you good.
I don't know if I can say something.
Yeah, go on.
There is this how will I put it? There's this theory that I've always been wondering on how the universe was created, and it might sound really, really complicated, and I see it as something that is logical that everyone should understand. We live in a binary world, a world where one is against zero, like there can't be good without evil. So I believe the creation of the universe is chaos, like the fight between light and darkness. Something just has to exist and something just has to stop existing. So let's say the chaos is light wants to prevail over darkness, and let's say there was an explosion that created the whole of the universe. Because I've reasoned it to some extent that we always have two of everything, like male and female, right and wrong. You understand? We always have
Nah,
options to pick from.
I
You don't
disagree
just have,
that
yeah.
I disagree that we have two of everything, but I get
No,
where you're coming from.
No, I mean there's always a choice between to choose one or to choose one.
No,
Like you can
sometimes there
either
are
be
3
one or you can
choices,
either
there
be
are
one.
4 choices, there are 5 choices. Sometimes there's no choice at all.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got no
That's what I'm
choice.
saying. That's why I said it has to be, how would I put it? Like you can either be a good person or you can be a bad person. You can't be in between, right? These are the kind of choices I'm talking about, not where we have like a multiple choices.
Are you talking about are you talking about morality now?
Yeah, what kind of moral standards?
No, it's not about it's not about morality. It's about
but what is good?
it's about
What do you
the
refer?
fight between something and something.
All right, let's, for the sake of
You
arguments,
understand?
all right, just continue.
All right. So I believe this world is created in a binary form that you have to be good, it's either you are good or you have to be evil. So I don't think there's actually going to be a God somewhere that is going to judge your actions, like judge whether you choose to be this or you choose to be that. I believe we are just here to explore, like to just explore, open up, gather information, live, and and just like maybe end things.
Gather information. Where are we taking the information to? Mr. Head Medic, why are you laughing now? What's Mr. Wait, Mr. Head Medic, what's funny? You can't just start bursting into laughter. What happened? Wait, hold on, Black Sheep. Mr. Head Medic, what was it that was funny?
I really love the program. I'm very much excited.
No, the fact that either religion is trying to idolize the creation of the universe as a god is actually the problem here. Like when I say gather information, explore, I'm talking about experience, you living. Like you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, but you know about yesterday. You know about your present, but you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. That's why you live for tomorrow. So I don't know if I'm coming in. I don't know how I'll put it though, but
Yeah.
it's kind of complicated at times to reason the way I reason because I think a lot and I write things down. So I'm just trying to give my own theory on how the universe exists.
Okay, this is your own theory, okay, which is fine.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said this is your own theory because the next thing I was going to ask, okay, so where can we go and find this thing, what you're telling us? But okay, it's your theory. Okay, get it. Thank you.
Yeah. I think, can I come in?
Yes.
I really appreciate every one of us again. It's a very wonderful program. Madam, I want to ask you. My question goes to you.
Okay.
Now that on your personal stand now, what is your opinion? Is your opinion that there is no God, that everybody should start living based on his own idea, or so everybody should be neutral? What is your opinion? Should everybody be neutral God in terms of being maybe having a particular religion or tradition? Nobody should believe in tradition. Nobody should believe in religion. That we should just be natural on our own. Is it what you're saying?
Okay. So, if you don't mind me asking, what part of the world do you live in?
Where I'm living? I'm here in Nigeria.
Okay, you live in Nigeria. Okay. Okay, I'm going to answer you like this. So, I live in a country where majority of the people, well, many of the people don't believe in God.
Okay.
And that number is growing.
And that?
The number is growing. There are more and more people living Christianity and Islam and all the others and becoming religion free. The statistics is showing. Right?
Okay.
They've taken in 2021, they did a census, and everybody, you put down your religious affiliations, and the majority of the people, here in the country I live in, they signify that they do not have any belief at all, right? So most of these people were not raised with a religion at all. They don't have any reason to seek for anything outside of this realm.
Yeah,
really, they were raised that way. So when you go to them and tell them Jesus loves you, they're not sure, they can't understand what you're talking about. Because what do you mean Jesus loves? Look, even the children will ask you, what do you mean Jesus loves you? Right? Now,
just
my two children don't believe in God. My older one, the days when we used to force him to church, we would take him. What did I not do as a Christian mother to try and get him to believe? He never believed. He looked at the Bible, looked at the stories, and said, this cannot be real. He looked at and he just, so what do you say to that? What do you say to, he's 20 years old now. What do you say to somebody like that who has never for 1 second in his life felt like he needs God? The reason why, hold on. The reason why a lot of us over on that side of the world feel like we need something outside is because we were raised that way. We were raised thinking that there was something outside of us that we need to subscribe to. Now, when you look at these people here that don't believe in God, let me tell you how they live their lives. Right? These people that don't believe in God, don't subscribe to God.
Right.
Number one, the system works for them. The system works. Everything they need, they have. No water coming from the tap. There's water coming from the tap. The roads are good. You can eat whenever you want. Right? When you're sick, free healthcare. So it's a system that works. When your system works, you don't pray for NEPA to bring lights. You're not praying for, when a system works, guess what will happen? All your prayers, oh, Baba God, please, night vigil and church and all these things, cancel. You don't need all those things. Let me tell you what they live their life for. They live their life for themselves, for their families. They go on holiday, go to work, live their everyday life. They don't feel the need to spend time in one place that they're going to go and pray. They have their hobbies. They have the things that they engage in. And when it's time to die, they die. That's it. Finish. No fear of going to hell. They don't know anything that they call hell. They don't know anything they call heaven. Nothing of that. Trust me, I have worked with these people. I've even gone as far. Look, anyway, never mind. That's not the issue for today. But I've studied their lives.
Yeah.
This was one of the things that when I was coming away from religion, one of the things I did was, okay, so how am I going to live a religion-free life? So I looked at the people around me who are never been born with a religion one day in their lives. How are they doing it?
Yeah. You've explained something.
When the system works, when the system works, you don't need a God.
Is that?
When the system works for you, you don't need
No. You see, like that. Which part of the world are you talking about, if I may ask?
I'm in the UK.
Thank you very much. You see, madam, a generation can also be raised that way. There's something I mentioned before, being Democrat. in nature. What you just explained is just simple as being Democrat in nature, not by being forced to be Democrat, being Democrat in nature. A generation can be raised that way. It's possible. That is how God even made, when we be talking about God, the Chuku, let me call it Chuku in my own language. That is how we were. The Igbos, just exactly, our people used to say, even the UK, the British copied, they copied the attitude from the Igbos. The Europeans, some of them are still saying it till today. Some of them are coming out saying they copied this democratic life from the land of Igbo. I have told you that this is how we were. If somebody, if
Guys,
at a particular
hold on,
time,
hold on, sir.
if at a particular,
Hold on, sir. Guys, can I move one of you down? There's just one more person left. To bring them up so they can, come and chat it up. And actually two people. And that would be it for tonight, really. Just to Maxa, Kusub, and Ode to Babel. Yeah, so that would be it for tonight. So that we can. We've been here for some time now.
I'll step down.
Yeah, who's stepping? Who said I will step down?
Yeah, I'll step down.
Black sheep. Yeah, black sheep. Have you still been the black sheep?
Yes, let's say I am.
How many
I can't change from that, sir.
how many wool should I come and collect? How many wool should I come and collect? Anyway, thank you, black sheep. I appreciate you. Anyway, thank you, black sheep. I appreciate you.
so like I was saying, our people. That is how I was saying, our people. Is that an echo?
Yeah, it's an echo.
Okay, please just help for that. So please, that is what I'm just trying to say.
Okay.
A generation I can decide today to start bringing up my children that way. It's possible. It's possible. That is how the world was even created. When we look at the story of the Bible, if we are going to really consider the story of the Bible, from the beginning of creation and the migration of ethnic groups, indigenous people, the world was democratic in nature. People were just living the way they decided to live, having the things on their own. Before some other ones, there are people who brought this issue of having a kind of power authority over another. Are you getting what I'm saying? Look at
hold on. Head medic. Just to try and hold on. No. Hold on. I want to just try and nip this in the bud and let's be done. Right. Let me ask you. Do you need a God in your existence?
Yes.
And this God, what will it do for you?
Good. I think this will refer me to the question you asked me from the beginning about how come about this herb medical fitting. Do you get me?
Okay, go on. I want to know, because if you're so insistent on having a God in your existence, there's got to be a God in your paradigm. Please tell me, what is the importance of this God to you?
That is what I'm saying. You asked me about this this name I bear here, herb medic, and I told you that it's my profession.
Right.
It's what I do. And you were asking me, I said it's going to be a topic for another day.
Okay.
Now, let me just pick up about 3 years ago.
Please just try and round it up, because we've got a
No,
couple more people to talk to.
I was impotent. Do you get that?
You were impotent?
Yes, about 3 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Let me just say, before 3 years ago. There are things that I have done and I have achieved based on the level of my understanding. But I was not able to achieve the healing of myself. I've not been able to heal my impotency. I have achieved many things from that profession, but in this area, I have not been able to tackle myself. Not until that 3 years ago. And I took a step about it. I asked about the God of my ancestors, that if truly they were, that I've been doing what I've been doing without I have been achieving many things. Why is it that this particular area I've not been able to achieve it? And I can tell you that before then, I've been doing all those things as I inherited them from my father. But I have not really consulted my ancestors until I started consulting them the way my father does. And in a trance, we all believe trance. There is dream. There is this. One of the elders in my community, not from my village, not from my family, but from my community, which I know where that died, appeared to me and told me that I should pray to God. He appeared to me in dream that I should pray to God. He told me, he didn't tell me any other thing. He said, I should pray to God. Then I woke up and I took the way my ancestors do the way we do in our tradition, just a kola nut. And I prayed in the night. After the prayer, I dreamed and I was able to discover the healing of my impotency.
So the machine gun is conking.
Yeah, wow. That was how I healed myself.
So you chew kola nuts?
Not kola. I prayed. Not that I chew.
Understand. Okay. Sir, if you don't mind telling me, what sort of age range are you? I'm not telling you to tell me your age. I'm just asking you to tell me what sort of age range are you? Are you in your 50s, 40s?
I'm 40.
Huh?
I'm 46.
46, okay. Because I'm not a medical professional at all. But I mean, from the little I know, this is something that some men actually go through. I know somebody right now, and he is 40. He's about 47, 48, and he's experiencing something very similar. Now, the body, as you grow older, some of your functions would not be exactly 100% as it was once upon a time. We're getting older. We the old. You see, we the old. And then, let me ask you, Herb Medic. In the Chinese people, someone who is 48 years old and is experiencing what you're experiencing, and they don't have chuku to call. What would you say if I tell you that they have other means to help cure their problems? Hence, that is why some people, wait, hold on, the medical professionals, they have medicines to help for this kind of thing. Huh?
Yes.
Okay, you know what? Gentlemen, please help me. Raskilo, where are you? Because this is you guys' forte. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do this for me, because this is for the men. I know there's blue pills. You don't need a god You don't need someone to tell you in your dream. You go to
No,
your
no,
doctor. Doctor,
no,
sir,
no.
my machine gun is not conking. Can you please
Yeah.
help me to conk it back in order? And
No.
he said, go and do some tests, do some, not to eat cola nuts. Because you know
No,
what,
not.
Herb Medic, it might
I didn't tell you.
it might come back
I
next
didn't-
year.
Mama, I didn't tell you. I didn't tell you I ate kola nut. I didn't say I ate a kola nut. I chewed kola nut, and I was here. That wasn't what I said. I said the way my ancestors do, the way in my tradition we pray with kola nut. I pray and in dream the solution.
As long as it worked for you, though.
Yeah.
As
That
long
is
as
it.
it worked for you.
Yeah. Then there was something you were saying about the Chinese. The Chinese who don't have God to call and they are in problem. Who they solve? I am an Igbo person. I'm not a Chinese person. I can't go and be asking how. I can't go and be asking or try to know how Chinese got their solution. They may have prayed. I don't know.
Okay.
That person may have done his research. There are different means of research. The doctors are doing their research. The scientists are doing their research. Everybody is doing their research. Everybody has their own way of doing their research, and they got their solution. I'm just talking about the way I got mine.
Okay.
And that's just it. I believe in. Let me just conclude with this.
Okay.
I know that there is God with the Indians.
Okay.
I know that there is a God with the Chinese.
Okay.
I know that there is God with everybody in whatever they are doing. I am nobody to start telling somebody that what he knows, what I know is better than what he knows. We do researches. Even the scientists we are talking about today, the scientists, they have means of their research. I'm not there. I don't know how they do their research to get the source of their solutions. There are people producing all these aircraft. I don't know how. I can't be here to try to imagine how they do it.
Okay. So Herb Medic, I'm sorry. I'm going to just try and
I can't
cut you short.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm going to try and cut you because we've had a long conversation. I thank you. I challenged you. I said, if you are the true son of your mother, come up. And you came up.
I came up.
And you proved to me that you are the true son of your mama and your papa. They born you well. They born you well.
I wanted to be added that time, but I just left off.
Okay. So please promise me you'll come back and tell us about herb medicines, please.
Okay.
Back and tell us about herb medicines.
Yeah, that is echo. There's echo there. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Maxa, hello, Maxa Kusub.
Hello, good night. Hello, good evening.
Good
night.
evening. Good evening.
I don't know, but I've
Yeah,
been
it
waiting.
is very late. Yes.
It was so interesting. I was listening and listening and listening. And I also came
Okay. Hold on. Let's mute mics because guys, echo. Hold on. Can we all mute our mics? Jesus Christ.
There's an echo. There's echo.
Yes. Abdul, okay. Abdul, mute yours. Abdul, mute yours as well. Okay. Maxa, come on.
One time I came, some of your guests were Somalian defending Islam. I was listening that night, and they were quite here for discussing reasonably, even though.
Yes, those two gentlemen.
Yes,
the one that said he's waiting to go to heaven to meet his 72 virgins.
Yes, and you asked him 70 years. When they come here, it's quite amazing. The way they're discussing is take part of the discussion and was quite reasonable. But when they go to Somalian atheists, we have Somali atheists in TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
But when they go to them, they become quite abusive and
Oh,
then
really?
threatening and saying that Allah will punish you, Allah will do this to you, Allah will do this to you, and if I see you, I'll do this to you. It's quite very, the way they act is quite different in TikTok. But I myself, I'm searching as well. I read other religions. I grew up as a Muslim background.
Oh, wow.
I do research. I read other religions. I read Christianity, Old Testament, New Testament, and I listen atheists as well. So, but when atheists ask believers, how do you believe about God? They're very common when they say, look at the sky, look at the trees, look at the nature, how the clouds are, who is holding the cloud. It's very interesting. Mainly is religions, but I myself, when I was reading like in herbal medicine, he said now spiritual, but he says God, according to the scriptures, God is physical. When he says in Christianity, like Old Testament, when God, he came down, Adam and Eve, they heard his footsteps. So that's why when they hid behind the trees, because they heard God. So I don't know why they not mentioning this. He said God came down. We can hear. I mean, even though they don't have
Guys,
food,
make sure you're tapping your screen. Let's get to 60K.
you deserve more than that. You the way you host, the way you allow people to talk is just fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm sure your audience will grow. But is there any question you want to ask me? I'm fascinated just to join you and listen to you.
Oh,
And
nice. I'm glad that you're here. So you said you grew up Muslim.
Yes.
Can you please tell me the treatment of women in Islam? Do you think, because I've had people say, oh, women are given rights in Islam, but everything is pointing to the fact that women hardly have any rights in Islam. So would you say to, what would your answer be if I asked you, do women have rights in Islam?
If I take as example my country, and I grew up in Somalia, and when I was growing up, we had it a bit better freedom than now. People, especially women, should used to dress the way they want to dress. They wouldn't. No one would demand them to cover their heads. But nowadays, there's a more religious took over. Now you can hardly walk on the streets without being asked, why you're not covering your hair. Even though you're not very religious, you cover your head. But nowadays, it's those sheikhs, we say sheikhs, those who are more
sheikhs.
Yes, sheikhs, yes. They took over the media now. So everything that especially men want to ask about women and their lives and their matrimonial, everything they ask the sheikh, and everything they have for an answer. Oh, sheikh, my wife is this, can I divorce her? And the dowry, you give money when you marry to your wife. You give money to your family, the hair family, the wife's family. So if the marriage breaks down easily or doesn't last long, so the wife has the right to ask the man money that he promised her to give her as a dowry. But if he feels like the wife just want to divorce him, this man comes back and asks the sheikh. He says, okay, sheikh, that she has the right, my wife, my ex-wife, to demand this money. What shall I give it to her? How can I treat her? Everything they in their life, they ask, this come back to the sheikh. So in a way, women are, I don't think they have the rights they should, or maybe the right they would have had if they yes.
Right. Just before you continue, Abdul, can I move you down? Let me just bring up the final guest for tonight. Or to Baba, if you don't mind me, please.
No problem.
I can
still
actually
on, no
bring you up
problem.
if you're still here. Once they're done
No
speaking.
problem, no problem.
Okay, just so that you can say your last words. Thank you.
No problem, no problem.
Okay, just so that you can say your last words. Thank you. Okay, sorry, my sister.
It's okay. It's okay. We share the discussion. It's all right.
Okay, what I would do, I'll follow you, my sister, so that anytime
Hey,
we're already friends.
We are friends, yes.
Oh, it's you. Why did you change your name?
I didn't change. Maybe you forgot. I don't know. I remember when I came long time ago, you as a guest, we discussed, and then you said follow me back. We did, and still we are.
But you changed your name.
Not really, no. Maybe I think you have more guesses. Maybe
Me, I've forgotten. I'm sorry about that. But we're already friends. Oh, that's all right then.
We are friends, yes.
Yes, but I do thank you, because I get a lot of people, they'll come and say, oh, why don't you talk about Islam? Why don't you talk about, every time you talk about Christianity, but today has been majorly about Islam. But guess what will happen? On the day we talk about Islam, those people who say, why are you not talking about Islam? That day they're missing. They're not here at all. You wait, tomorrow now, they'll be back here. You talk about Islam. You don't talk about Islam. Talk about, come on.
Maybe someone will share or maybe mention that, and then they come back and say, okay, this discussion will be continued next night. That's why maybe they come. Yes. It's interesting. If myself, when I'm reading the Quran and when I read the Bible, the first thing I there's a lot of similarity. This is what I discovered. There's a lot of similarities, especially the Old Testament and the Quran. Especially when I say the creation of this world is very similar. He says when Adam was created from the mud, and then and Eve was created his ribs. It's very similar. And then the only thing difference is that, and the similarities as well, they've been expelled from the heaven. Very similar. And the only thing the difference is that the Quran says that the Shaitan, which he was the part of the angel, he refused to bow for Adam, because the Shaitan says that I'm created from the fire and Adam is created from the mud. That's the reason I'm not bowing for him. And then he's being expelled from, Shaitan means devil, yeah?
Yes.
And he's
Satan.
when he's Satan, when he's expelled from the heaven, he says that he will mislead as many people as he can. And the God says that you and whoever you mislead, I will be waiting for here for hellfire. So my question is that sometimes why God doesn't stop him from that moment, for him not to mislead everything. So from that moment and now, everything that goes wrong with this, most people, they blame Shaitan.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, wow. And the other thing is, I think you do a lot of work exposing just religion as a whole, right? But usually you do it in your language.
I join others.
You talk about different subjects, right?
I talk at different subjects, and I join those who mainly discuss about religions. Yes, and especially, yeah.
I've seen you, and I've tried to come in just to come and listen, but because you're speaking in the language, I don't understand what you're saying. But I see your passion, though.
I will use some English as well, because I don't want my audience just to be from my country.
It's fine. It's
So
okay.
I want to other people as well, to join me and listen my videos, whatever I created as well. So hopefully I'm thinking as well to do some English as well, so I can have my other audience as well.
All right, my sister. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dan.
Ode to Babel. Oh my goodness, not Ode to Babel.
Hey, how you doing, sister?
I hope this is not an ode to the Tower of Babel. Because I have a lot I can say about the Tower of Babel, and you don't want to hear it.
No. I'm definitely a Christian myself, but my perspective is I definitely don't see the need for us to fight in any way. It makes no sense for me to try to convert.
Who's fighting?
So when you said, for the framing, the way the questions and discussion is framed is in a conflict mode when it doesn't need to be. So for example, when you said right now, when you just said, hey, you don't want to hear what I have to say about Otabab? Of course I would want to hear, because I can learn a lot from atheists.
No, the Tower of Babel.
The Tower of Babel, yeah, I could learn a lot from you. Why would I
You
not?
sure you want to hear?
Well, because I'm not coming from a conflict mode.
It's not.
So
It's not even anything to do. It's not even conflicting at all. It's just my opinions about the story as told in the Bible about the Tower of Babel. That's all.
yeah. So but this is what I'm saying is
Not nothing to do. We don't have to fight. We just you
that-
hear my what
and
I think about the story.
yeah, and that's exactly my point. Is, to me, I wouldn't be offended by you not believing, because that's where you come from. You're an atheist, so I accept that, because to me, my goal and I think my commitment is to see African people, not the African diaspora, be strong. So what that's going to mean is us including everyone. We're not going to have a strong community if we're saying, oh, the Christians can't be included, we got to leave them behind, or the atheists got to be excluded. For our community to be strong, we're going to have the atheists, the Christians, the Muslims, the indigenous religions. All of us are going to have to come together to better our community. And if you look at our history, most of our leaders that really fought for our people, they used all the tools and did not discard any religious groups. So if you think of Muslim leaders like Sekou Touré, he organized Muslims, but he allowed everyone to practice as they believe. Lumumba, Patrice Lumumba, who was assassinated, he lifted up the Congo, but he was a Christian. Is that going to be? Would we say, oh, in a family, would we say, well, the Christian side of our family doesn't deserve to be respected and they don't have any wisdom to give us? No, of course they have wisdom.
Can I just say something? And
for sure.
Okay. So what you're basically saying is, oh, let's just bring the atheist and the Muslim and everybody. Let's just bring them together.
Yeah,
right?
work together
Let's
better.
just work together. And
Yeah.
that's not going to work. You know why?
Why you say that?
You know why?
Why?
So in your religion, Christianity, your religion considers me as condemned goods. Your religion tells me that because two people ate this fruit, therefore I am deserving of hell. Your religion says that all the babies that are born, the ones that were born 2 minutes ago, 2 seconds ago, that baby has inherited sin because two people, the babies had no knowledge of that those babies somehow have inherited something they have no idea of. But oh, don't worry, there's light at the end of the tunnel. All you just have to do is believe in the guy that came from the heaven somewhere, came into this virgin, and here we are today. When you look at me and consider me your enemy, we can't work together.
It's not so.
I
respond
get
to that?
Christians. I get Christians. They're constantly here, condemning me to hell.
100%.
Constantly here, every single day. Any of my
100%.
videos,
And they're wrong.
Constantly, they keep
And they're
telling
wrong
me,
for that.
"Oh, what happened in Brazil will soon happen to you. Judgment Day will come up."
What do you mean Brazil? What do they mean by that? What the Brazil?
I didn't even know what they were talking about. I just heard.
Okay.
I saw most of them saying, "What happened in Brazil will soon happen to you. What
I
happened
don't
in
know about
Brazil
that.
will soon happen
Okay.
to you." So, well, it
I'm
turns
assuming
out
they mean something negative.
no. It turns out that there was a carnival that happened in Brazil. As part of the carnival, somebody was dressed up like Jesus, and one was dressed up like the devil,
Right.
and it was a role play.
Right.
And the videos went viral, and there was an earthquake. No, not earthquake. What was it in Brazil? What was it that happened in? Guys, Fitness Monk Raskilo, can any of you help me? Something happened somewhere.
Were they attacked or something?
There was a flood. There was a flood.
There was it was the flood. So there was a flood in.
Those videos are old. They're like doctored videos from like 4 years, 5 years ago. They're now like
There was nothing like that.
Christians
Just-
that are like from different, and most of the footage in those videos are like some from Japan, and it's not
They
from Brazil.
manipulated. It was manipulated video.
Someone just compiled them and
people
Used them. So, and the
It's
point was
not-
to basically say that if you disagree with,
It wasn't a live program. It wasn't a live something.
yeah,
that whole
Someone just compiled them and put it on TikTok. People start
Yeah.
commenting.
and their goal was to basically say if you disagree with Christianity,
That-
you're gonna
that-
die.
That's one thing with Christianity.
Yeah.
That's big. Wow. Yeah.
Okay. So can I respond to that, Miss sister? Yeah. So one, in my exchange with you right now as we're speaking, do you feel like I see you as my enemy?
Oh no, I don't get that vibe.
Yeah, because I don't, right? So this is what I'm saying is I definitely agree with you that Christians must
No, hold on. I'm sorry to cut you short because I'm
go ahead. No, go
trying
ahead.
to round
Go
up.
ahead.
I'm
It's
actually
your
tired.
life.
I'm actually tired. So I don't believe in God.
Yeah,
I'm an atheist.
100%.
If I die tomorrow,
Mhm.
what's going to happen to me according to your belief?
You're gonna go to heaven if you're a good person and you love and you take care of people.
Hold on.
Mhm.
If I die tomorrow,
Yeah,
I lack a belief in God.
yeah.
I don't like Jesus. Don't like him.
Mm-hmm.
Don't like him.
Yeah.
So what's going to happen to me?
If you're a good person and you take care of the people you love and support your community, you're going to heaven.
Okay.
So basically, what you're saying is we don't need religion to go to heaven.
I'm saying that God speaks to everyone, and if God speaks to you, Somebody said something.
He hasn't spoken to me.
Was that Frankie?
No,
What did you say?
Fitness Monk says he hasn't spoken to him.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, because you're an atheist, that's how you believe. I'm speaking from my perspective,
You're right.
how I believe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So fundamentally, what I'm trying to tell you is, I have no interest in converting you through words. Conversion is supposed to be through actions, as in the Bible is very clear. They will know you by how you love one another. So Christians get this wrong. They go around trying to say, "Oh, I see Frankie, he's an atheist. I'm going to argue with Frankie all day and try to force him to believe what I believe, or I'm going to be even violent." And this is the ideology and the methods used by white Christians and Arab Muslims when they invaded Africa. This is what they've done to us. And so this is my perspective. If we're all in the same, let's say we're all in the same neighborhood, same community, right? We all live in the same town. We all have children. We have 100 kids. If the Christian, at the end of the day, all these Christians need, all these children, all of our children need to have food, clothing, and shelter. If the Christians decide to feed all the children Sunday through Wednesday, the Muslims feed the children Wednesday through Friday, and then the atheists feed the children Saturday and Sunday while we're at church, what's the problem?
Yeah, but then they consider the children as they consider the children guilty.
No,
the children need Jesus.
But this is what I'm trying to tell you.
They need to be
I'm gonna
saved.
feed, as a Christian, my goal is to convert you through showing you love, not by
And why do I
arguing.
need to be converted?
But
That's where we have a problem. That's
but
where
this
we
is
have
what
a
I'm saying.
problem. The idea
this is
that
what I'm-
no.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
So, as far as you're concerned, whatever you got is right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yours is the right one out of all the thousands of religions out there. And because you've got a mandate from your God to go and recruit people to him. So now you feel like you have to go and convert people. Now, you are no different from the missionaries that came
It's
with the
fundamentally different.
colonizers.
It's fundamentally different.
You're no different.
Because how am I converting you?
You're no different. Because
am I converting you?
oh, did they not build schools?
No,
Did they not give us education?
But
Did
this
they
is what
not
I'm.
give
But
us
well,
hospitals?
good question.
Did
Good
they
point.
not? Was that not Mary Slessor? They said, "Oh, Mary Slessor was the one who
Yeah, I know her. I know
stopped
her.
the killing of twin babies, right? Oh,
No,
they
I
did
know
all
her.
these good things."
But let's break down the history. Let's break down the history. You and I both know African history. What they did was they came in and destroyed our schools and destroyed our faiths, and then created. Go ahead.
Schools.
Yeah, no, Africans have always had our own education system. They didn't invent. White people didn't invent education. We've always had our own education systems. See, that's
what
the
you
thing. We don't
Africans?
study.
We weren't always working together.
Go ahead, Frankie, say that one more time, please.
Yeah, I'm saying
Say that
that
one more time.
we didn't have like a collective educational system in Africa because there are different countries, right?
No, that's
So,
no. You know, Frankie, are you of the mindset that white people created the concept of collective education?
what do you mean by? I mean, in Africa, what we have, the education we have here right now, like going to different countries.
No. Originally,
Basically,
do you think they invented the concept of collective education, of educating every child?
What we have now, I'd say
No, not what we have now.
our
No,
colonial
I'm
masters.
not saying what we have now.
Right? Okay,
No, Frankie,
so
I'm asking something very.
okay,
Do you understand what I'm asking?
I understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
Okay, so you made a statement, and I was just trying to tell you that we didn't have that here. We did have our educational system here, but it wasn't even close to what we have now. Nothing close.
No,
to that.
I'm very clear. It wasn't what we have now.
Family, whatever you thought from your family over here.
Frankie, I'm very clear that the education system we have now is backwards. Go ahead.
What you saying? What we have now is backwards?
Yeah. The system that we have now is designed to not prepare African children to be leaders of their own community. It's designed to teach them how to be conformists.
Leaders right now. Who are you blaming
You're
for
breaking. Go ahead.
I'm saying, who are you blaming for that?
Who am I?
Because the curriculums you're following right now in educational systems are being run by our leaders here. All right, these decisions are being made by our leaders in Africa and Ghana.
Who put those leaders? Who put those leaders into power?
We put them in power. We voted them in power. What are you talking about? We gained independence.
So
listen to me. We gained independence like 60 years ago. We're on our own. Like, why are you trying to make
this is the disagreement we have, I think.
Okay.
And so just be clear right now. I'm not trying to convert you to my opinion. I'm just trying to lay out the difference between our stances. Okay. You are of the mindset that there are African governments that are independent. I am not. I disagree with that.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
No, I'm in the States right now.
Yeah, so you're not here, right? You're not in any African country. How would you know?
I was born there, raised there, and I have family there. And I'm very familiar.
Here right now. How long have you been here? I am in Ghana, and I'm saying, basically, what you're trying to say is like our educational system is still being influenced, right? But it's not.
Yeah. No, this is what I'm trying to say is,
all right,
80 to 90% of African debt is to IMF and World Bank in the United States and Europe.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Sorry, there's a little bit of delay, so sometimes
will you guys allow me to make some little statement, make some contribution?
Go ahead.
Just before you contribute, Femo, are you a Christian?
I would not say I'm a confirmed Christian. I was born into Christian faith, and I find some aspect of it cool to emulate, and I will say the same thing. I find some aspect of Islam cool to emulate. So I'm not really like a staunch Christian, neither am I a staunch Muslims.
Okay.
It's just some
Okay.
aspect of it
Oh,
that
all right.
things conforms with that I
Okay.
respect. Yeah.
Okay. Which is absolutely fine. So I just wanted to know where you were before,
No.
because I want to get back to Ode to Babel.
I'm not speaking as a Christian, neither as
Which
a
is, no,
Muslim.
which is fine. I understood
Yeah,
you
I
perfectly.
think I'm the only Christian on the panel
Okay.
right now.
So Ode to Babel. This
Yes,
is
ma'am.
just a few questions I've got for you.
For sure.
Do you believe in the virgin birth story?
Yeah. Yes, I do. It's a story that has a lot of less spiritual lessons that we can learn from.
Spiritual lessons?
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's the I mean, you can even see this in a lot of indigenous African religions, that there's stories and folklore that tell you, that give you lessons that you need to learn from. And so the virgin birth is a story that gives us a lot of lessons that we need to learn from. I was here
So
earlier when I'm seeing in the
what kind of spiritual lesson there is to learn from
The
a
virgin
God
birth.
here? This is a young girl who was engaged to be married.
Right.
And in
Teenage.
that background here,
Yeah.
Christians have already come here and confirmed that
100%.
she was a teenager. Right? But then not only was she a teenager, she was already betrothed.
Right.
But then a God did this to her. So please tell me, what is the lesson I'm supposed to learn from this?
Yeah, I mean, well, I'm waiting for the audience apply. It's all good. It's all good. I'm not offended by the question. This is, to me, I value.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry that I have to laugh because I couldn't control it.
No, yeah,
It's
no.
okay. It's okay. FMO, it's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
she put it very well, and I think to me,
No, because this right here is the foundation of Christianity. This that a virgin
it's the found. Yeah.
gave birth to the Savior of the world. Two people ate a fruit, and humanity is condemned. And for that purpose, that baby inside there, Savior, had to come through this here. So please tell me, what are the moral and spiritual lessons there is to get from this here?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing is God didn't have intercourse with her, so it was surrounded her. The Holy Spirit is female in the Bible. The Holy Spirit is a female
Show
God.
me.
So look, if you go ahead.
Show me the scripture that says that the Holy Spirit is female.
Yeah, so if you go in any Bible, you know how it says the Holy Spirit. The in the Holy Spirit in the Greek and the Hebrew, the is female. See, they don't like female gods because they're a patriarchal society. They eliminated that, made a neutral noun. But the is female. So when the Holy Spirit is helping her have a baby, it's not through intercourse, it's through a concept called parthenogenesis, which is a female.
What did you say?
Parthenogenesis?
No, What did you say after that? Did you say it rarely happens?
Yeah, parthenogenesis is incredibly rare, where a female has asexual birth.
I mean,
someone said, "Wow, this is new." Thank you,
because
thank
the
you,
way
thank you. Everything, Holo. I mean, myself, I've never heard this one before.
Yeah,
and
well,
this is
no, I have heard it before.
You have not the word, like the Holy Spirit is female.
Yeah. What'd you say?
So wait, but hang on a second. Hang on. This is going to raise some problems now. If the Holy Spirit is female, Mary is female.
There is no man involved in the creation of Jesus Christ. There's a lesson there.
So how did she get pregnant? What was the what happened here?
Biologically, there's a concept called parthenogenesis.
You're using the biological term.
Hang on. He said biologically there's a process called what?
Parthenogenesis, asexual birth.
Parthenogenesis.
Frankie, you're breaking up a little bit.
Did you say asexual birth?
Yeah. It's very.
It happens within the animal
kingdom. It's very rare. It's very.
I've heard this one before.
Yeah.
Would a parthenogenesis not result into a female baby?
Good point. Right.
Exactly.
Think about that. If
I'm not mistaken, would a pathogenesis not result in a female baby? Because female plus female, right? No, okay, no, there's no. It's the female.
Always a female,
and there is no male thingy in there.
There's no Y chromosome. So what did that tell you?
So how is Jesus male?
Good question. So if you look at the Bible and the stories they tell about him, don't you notice that everybody around him treats him very strange?
What's that got to do with
read
anything?
The stories.
No.
Read the stories.
Otababe, sorry that I might have to interrupt the whole things. I'm really, really, really very sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No,
the information you are disseminating. I am not trying to think logically. I'm also trying to be reasonable, think through the capacity that God is giving everybody, whichever way we look at it. We call it God, we can call it different names, but there is a great mother nature that's I am of opinion directs the affairs of all existence, including human. The majority of these concept of religion are just something that is man-made, and the concept originally it could just be to promote some kind of morality amongst men, amongst human beings, which I would say is an act of humility somewhat, which is not bad.
Guys, let's get to 60K, right? Because we'll soon be done. We can do this before we finish. Let's get to 60K, guys.
So I think
Thank you.
it could just be for purpose of an act of morality, so that we don't, like behave in a cannibalism and be evil somewhat to one another. The purpose, that's my own school of thought of religion, is for us to really, really keep on emulating, recreating, re-showing love to one another, and so on. That could be the original purpose. But over time, maybe some people find some become a tool of oppression. And that is how Islam and some offshoot of all those two major religions resurfacing, using different names. I don't have any problem with religion or who is religion and so on. But there is so much, great attributes of oppression within it that we use to oppress one another in different regions of the world. That's why the part of being charitable, there are people who does not even believe in
love your neighbor as yourself.
In God and so on, that are doing great act of charity.
Is it really love if it's based on religion? Because religion, are the persons doing it out of love, or are they doing it because their religion tells them to do it? Right? Because that's a question I ask.
I'm talking
yes.
Sorry, I'm talking about people that would not be identified as a Christian or Muslims or any other religion, that are just philanthropic.
So if you don't really need religion to be kind and helpful and
you don't.
And caring,
You don't have to.
You don't.
Yeah. But the
No, it
concept
doesn't.
of religion is bad as well to promote moralities.
Yeah,
and
that's
humility.
that's the goal of a lot of religions, is to promote morality.
Now there is so much.
Is it really, or is it morality based on their religion? Because Christianity, if you look at the Bible, morality in the Bible, sucks. It sucks.
It has
so
many.
The question is it the religion actually promoting morality as a whole, or is it just promoting morality based on what their Bible describes as being moral, or their scriptures?
No,
because some of them have these moral pronouncements
the way
that are
the
very
way-
immoral, that
I can
don't
answer
take
that.
into
The way I
consideration.
can answer that question is, to me, I would say the whole concept of religion in Christianity and Islam perspective, to me, it seems really, really counterproductive. One side is saying this, and another side is saying that. And it becomes so complicated, you cannot decode it. So, in another way, it gives great room
But
for
a lot of religions are like that.
Yeah. So, which
Well, no, if you're secular, it depends, because it depends on what the secular belief systems are not based on dogma.
Yes, they are.
It is based on what usually what you. They're not based on dogma.
Can I give you an
Yes.
example? Destroying African diaspora from on every
secularism.
No, the basic logic structure.
It is not necessarily secularism.
Can
It's just
I
a
explain?
form.
Can I explain? The basic logic structure of capitalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of a delay, but the basic logic structure of capitalism is that you must pursue profit based off your personal self-interest. There is no God. Just yourself, you yourself, and scientific. And it's secular. It's purely secular. So the
You mean scientific? Stop a minute. You just use the word scientific.
Yeah,
you just use the word scientific. No, I but you can't use the word scientific in there.
Yeah, no, it's very scientific. It's pure numbers, pure math. Whatever
when you say secular,
pure math is not. That is not scientific. Pure numbers is not.
When you say secular,
well, let me.
When you say secular, I said that's what is destroying Africa. But hang on, in Africa, they've got some religious belief or another,
and most of them are, and they use. And let's know what they truly believe is capitalism.
Their religion is a lie.
A lot of these religious aren't. A lot of these leaders aren't really religious. They're not
religious.
No,
they're not religious.
Let me frame it this way.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
Let me say it this way. Saying that someone is a believer in God and then someone is secular does not determine whether or not they're able to believe in dogmatic things that are violent towards their community.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is only the people in America are really they believe in God.
No, this is what I'm saying.
Because you just said that this is what capitalism is what is destroying Africa. No.
African.
Capitalism is
Africans.
Yeah.
Right?
Capitalism is a global system.
And then when I said to you, a lot of them don't believe in God.
A lot of them are pretending.
Then why would they?
But let's say this.
What was your definition of secularism, though? What's your definition?
Let me respond to her first, and then I'll go to you. Let's throw that away. They're all religious. All the leaders are religious. Let's say that 100%. I'm pointing out something very, very simple. You can be secular or religious and hold a dogmatic belief system that's destructive to your family and your community while being secular, while being perfectly secular. Capitalism being one example.
Then they said dogmatic.
Yeah, it's purely dogmatic.
Religion is always dogmatic. Secular does not mean that secular. When I'm referring to secular, I'm talking about separation. That capitalism is not purely dogmatic. That's not necessarily true. It is not. It is not true.
Okay.
But what will happen is what.
I would like to. I'd like to move on from this. See, when we start talking about capitalism and all this.
No, the reason why I of church and state.
Yep, 100%.
Which is what I'm referring to. But I'm not referring necessarily to capitalism.
Yes, we can imagine a scenario where Frankie brought up Ghana. Okay, so if tomorrow all the Ghanaians stop being Christian or Muslim, right? They just eliminated those beliefs tomorrow, and they all became committed to capitalism. That country will continue to be destroyed, and mass poverty will become the
that does not mean capitalism is not just the only form of secularism.
Hold on. So in the place of capitalism, ode to Babel, what would your replacement be? What would you suggest would be the best
in an economy? Either a few have or everyone has. Capitalism says a few will have. So you got to be socialist. You have no choice. We have no choice about that.
So you suggest a socialist.
So we have mass poverty in all of our countries. They're purely capitalist.
Okay.
So we can eliminate religion. We can go to Ghana, Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, here in the States, the Caribbean, and eliminate all the religions and maintain pure capitalism, and the wealth will be maintained in the top 1%, while we have most people not having water, food, or access to shelter, and be secular.
Okay. Anyway, that's not usually my specialty. That's not the kind of conversations I like to get into. But there was one last question. Oh no. Series of questions that I had for you, Ode to Babel, since you identify as a Christian.
Yes, please.
So how about if I tell you that I can debunk your Bible?
Okay.
You believe the Bible to be the word of God?
Yeah.
Inspired by God?
Yeah.
Do you think there are inconsistencies or contradictions in the Bible?
I imagine so on some level.
But you believe it to be the word of
God?
God?
I mean, because God is using an imperfect vessel. So everything can only be understood through serious struggle in community with people you love. So whether you have a religious belief system or a secular belief system, you're going to realize that there's going to be contradictions that you'll have to undo, which is why I pointed out secular belief systems that have the same problems.
Okay. So who wrote the book of Genesis?
I believe the idea was that was supposed to be. I think I'm not 100% sure. I could be wrong. I think that the idea was
right in saying that it was Moses that wrote the book of Genesis, right? So, the Bible starts off by telling us the events that happened in the beginning, right? God spoke to these beings, people that I don't know. He was speaking to some, let us make man in our image. In the beginning, the Spirit hovered over the waters,
the depths,
and on day one, he commanded the light to go here, and
that's
he
beautiful
did
poetic
this,
language.
and
You really
he did
sit with
that, right? So, where was Moses during these events?
Oh, God, Moses wasn't born.
So Moses wasn't born?
No.
But how is Moses writing this story?
Well, I mean, because it's God inspired. So at the beginning, only God is there to tell you what was there. So that's the whole concept, is everything we believe and we know was a reality before we were born. So even when you write and detail the laws of nature, those things are revealed to you through science. Scientific things happened before you were born, but they're revealed to you through spiritual inquiry.
Okay.
The God who tells you about signs, you find it.
Frankie, say that one more time.
That except there isn't a God that actually tells you stuff about science.
Well, yeah, we can talk about how God originated science.
You have to use scientific method to get to results.
These things are
right?
Well, Frankie, let's talk about that.
No.
That's shifting.
Don't.
Oh,
let me finish. Let me finish my.
Okay, go ahead.
Line of
right.
Thinking. Then
Frankie, don't forget that
go
point,
back to. Okay, so Moses was not there at the beginning.
Yes, he wasn't.
So if Moses wasn't there at the beginning, and he's telling this tale of how the world began, about this Adam and Eve, the creations was done in 6 days. There was a tree, there was a fruits, and there was all these things. Now, there are two possible options, right? It's either the story is right or the story is wrong.
Of course.
True or false? Story is wrong. I hope you know what's going to happen next.
Well, yeah.
If the story of Moses
if you got it
is wrong,
then everything following on top of that story,
everything, including Jesus, all falls apart. Christianity falls apart.
Well, not necessarily, but I see what you're saying.
No, it falls apart. There's no if there was no fruit eating business, if there was no Adam and Eve, there was
Yeah, I
no
mean,
need.
well, I mean, well, let's,
There was no need for a Christ.
well, go ahead. I'm
Right?
listening.
Okay. Right. So please tell me what methods or what tests were applied to Moses' story to
What
verify,
tests?
because now, yes, you tell me that you just told me that Moses' claim was God inspired.
Yeah, God inspired.
I say that's a lie. I say
Okay.
that is a bunch
Well,
of
yeah,
BS.
because you don't believe in God, of course.
No,
You're
no,
atheist.
no. It's a bunch of BS.
Yeah, you're atheist, of course.
Moses was a murderer. No, this isn't about being an atheist. Moses was a murderer. True or false?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I mean, I know he killed.
So Moses was a murderer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know he went to
So
war when he went. So, like, I mean, I can tell
hang
you.
on. Hang on. Let me just finish. I'm getting my point.
Go ahead.
So this murderer who never paid penalty for no penalty for his crime, ran away and now comes along and tells you all a story, right? Shouldn't your senses be telling you, Mr. Moses, we need to try and verify this claim somehow. So please tell me, what tests were applied to Moses's claim? Because if you cannot tell me what was applied and how you figured out that this was inspired by God, then Moses is nothing.
Here's one.
Moses is nothing but a murderer and a bloody liar.
Yeah,
Now,
100%. Okay,
tell
so
me.
here's some of the things. One, there are atheists who are murderers. That doesn't change atheism from being valid or not.
No, this isn't
right?
about atheism.
Yeah, no. So I'm laying the claim of you made a statement. I'm breaking down all your statements piece by piece. One, you pointed out that he was a murderer. That was an important part of your claim. I'm pointing out that
hang on, Mr. Femo, can you mute your mic?
Okay. So Christianity is just like any belief system, has members of it who are violent and evil people, just like atheists. I gave you examples of that. And then to the claim that he made in Genesis, the first claim he makes a claim was God, right? The Holy Spirit.
God said all these things?
Yeah, this is what's in Genesis. I'm like, so Genesis lays this out.
We're trying to prove
that
God said anything in Genesis.
I'm getting to how it's verified, right? Collection of gods in their image, making the universe and also human beings, right? That's the claim. So one of the things with one angle we can look at it is from a scientific level. So one of the key and early principles and laws of thermonuclear dynamics.
Level? Did you
Go
say
ahead.
scientific?
Go ahead. I'm listening.
You say science.
Yeah. So we can. Yeah. So
all
there's
I'm
many.
asking. All I'm asking is.
Yeah.
Moses.
How do we
Moses
test it?
has a story.
Yeah. How do we test it?
And the world has gone on to believe in this Adam and Eve story.
Right.
Tell me, how did they prove that the story was right? That's all. That's all I'm asking.
Excuse me. So one of the ways we can inquire on this is on a scientific level, right? That's what I was trying to approach you with.
Oh, we can
So
apply science to the murderer's story.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's
So
do
this
this
is
then.
what we. Yeah. So this is what we start. So one of the basic principles of thermodynamics is there is no cause without an effect.
What
Is
about
that
it?
fair?
You are
Huh?
very right. Well, using the word there is no other cause.
Okay.
But it's like now, someone has been arraigned before, say, that offense was committed. If they are able to establish it with proofs or evidence and so on, and that becomes, practical. It becomes law. It becomes executive times.
Yeah.
Debated this and made this law to become
Yeah.
to come into existence. That is very of Moses. I'm just trying to lay it from the perspective she asked the question.
Yeah, and I'm trying to.
You know something old.
I need to make a correction.
Go
ahead. You said when people come talking about this is scientific.
Phil.
Phil,
hold on. Can you just
okay.
turn it down a bit? Your it's like as
though
you're shouting.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know if he needs to be loud.
Oh, sorry, because I got the thing in my ears.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So it's
in my
so
ears.
loud.
That's why it sounds
like you're shouting at all of us.
Right. Sorry. So you said the law of thermodynamics. Which law you're referring to? Which one of the laws that claims that to every cause there's an effect?
Cause and effect. So you can Google this, or if you want to verify.
Oh, why are you sounding?
No, which law? I'm asking. Yeah, you sounding muffled.
Yes.
Yeah. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, but which law of thermodynamics are you referring to?
The law of cause and effect. It's a scientific law that's been
no. No. You said thermodynamics.
Yeah.
And there's, as far as I know, there's no law.
If you don't have to believe me, you can just Google it right now, or you can search it.
No. I want you to tell me
I told
which
you what
law
the
is it.
I told you what the law is. You disagree.
Which law? There are the first law of thermodynamics, the second law. Which one of those is it? Because that doesn't sound like one of the laws of thermodynamics.
I know the first law of thermodynamics. The first law says it's nearly time for bed.
Yeah.
It's way past my bed time. As is the second law of thermodynamics says it's time to yank this wig off. See, guys, at this, if you, the gentleman has gone. This is the point.
I know he paused.
So, old. If you don't know the answer, if you don't know,
I was trying to answer.
If no, because right now you're going around in circles. If you don't know the answer, I'm just trying to give you a way out here.
No,
if you don't know the way out,
I never finished.
No, I'll let you finish, but please just try and make it a bit short, so the gentleman can we just try and bring this to a close. It keeps going away.
Wrong there. And
you can, I gave you the exact word for it because when I said it at first, you didn't.
Did you say causality?
Causality principle is the same. A cause and effect. It's the first thing I said at the beginning. I've said the same thing the whole time.
But I get it. But what is that?
I'm gonna tell you. Like you keep interrupting before I get to what it means. Do you notice? Do you realize that's?
No, I just wanted to know if Raskilo is still there.
I'm interrupting you, bro.
Here.
I literally
past this level. Excuse me, but I'm past this. You know, I mean, they keep on coming saying all sort of things to explain to me where God is, who's God. Look, I know I'm a black man. I know I'm a man. If you know where God is, point that direction. Show me where He is. Something like that.
And
I don't want to hear all.
I'm trying to.
But you are misusing that law, cause and effect.
Okay.
You could, as you think it is, not in that way.
So Phil, and everyone.
Yes, please.
People in the chat says, let him ask. So we know where his final destination is.
Yeah.
So okay. Old, please finish and tell us how Moses,
the basic,
how you all verified the claim of Moses getting
Yeah,
this thing from God?
yeah. So Moses telling you that there's some God.
Because
We're
if
all
there's
hanging
no
out in the
way, if there's no way, then Moses lied.
Yeah. So Moses telling you about this God who created the world, and you're sitting in the desert with him, and then you have already know the principle of causality, that every event has a cause. Everything in nature has a cause, right? So this basic concept. Now, what if there is no God? It means that if something is in nature, it has a cause, but then that thing also has a cause, and it goes off into infinity. And so then there is no time. But we know that there is time. So the only way that we can explain the beginning, for there to be a beginning and an ending, there has to be something outside of time and space that was the original cause. That thing would be God.
Okay.
I've heard this argument 1,000 times, brother.
I mean, yeah, because people have been saying it for since
It's not, it's not answering my question.
Answer anything.
It explains the existence of God who created the heavens and the earth, which is
okay, but it's not answering my question though.
The clarification of this God is through the observation of the laws of nature.
You must understand that that story is heavy. The story of creation, that story, the thing is heavy.
The story of what?
Listen, hold on. In Genesis, that's where you have Noah and this almighty flood. That's where you have the Nephilim. That's where you have Cain and Abel going off to a city.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden comes back with a wife. But there's only 3 people on the surface of the earth. Right? So puzzles, right? Those how is there 3 and it works out? You just know.
A lot of these stories are folk tales to explain spiritual principles, so that not all of them are. So not all of them are literal. Some of them are figurative. There's poetry.
Also, they're figurative.
Not all of them. If you look at how they're written, a lot of them are poetry. A lot of them are not literal. This is literature.
Is Adam and Eve poetry? Is Adam and Eve poetry?
Parts of Adam and Eve. So if you look at Genesis 2 and Genesis 1, they're completely different. One of them is a poem. Go ahead.
No, I want to know if they're poetry.
Yeah. It's Adam and Eve stories both. If you read how they're written, there's 2 stories of a beginning. One of them is poetic, and one of them is literal.
Which one is poetic?
I believe it's Genesis 2 when it restates how Adam and Eve came back. So that's what I'm saying is when we. So this is what I want to be clear on. Is my basic premise is there's no reason for African atheists and African Christians to be fighting. It's unnecessary. It's a dumb need for conflict. The basic, if we are interested in making sure that our countries are strong, if we're living in Ghana, if we're we're living in Kenya and we have children. All the children need to be fed. If the Christians feed the children from Sunday from Wednesday, it doesn't matter.
Stop. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah.
So if the story in Genesis was figurative,
parts of it are figurative.
Okay. It was Jesus's death figurative.
So how do you determine?
Was this here figurative?
It was Jesus' death, or are you talking about the virgin birth or the death?
Yes. Was it figurative?
The virgin birth?
Because if the story was figurative,
are you talking about the question? Are you talking about the death or the birth?
Birth and death. Birth, because
the death was supposed to be literal.
If there was no birth, there was no death. Now.
No, I don't know where you're.
I pointed to this here. I pointed to pregnancy.
But the pregnancy.
Yes.
No, the pregnancy is supposed to be. Go, Frank. What's Frank saying?
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
You were saying figurative and literal. How do you determine which part is figurative and which part is literal?
Oh, the same way you do that for
in Genesis.
The same part. The same way you do that for any piece of literature.
And how do you do that in any piece of literature?
You sit around with other scholars and study it and understand and try to study the original context in which it was written and how those people wrote that literature. And so sometimes you can get a sense that, okay, if these people were... Go ahead.
So, okay. So which part of Genesis is literal and which one is figurative? And how have you determined that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You do that in a classroom setting.
No, I asking about you. How have you determined that it is? I want you to tell me, give me an example of which part of Genesis is literal and which part is figurative, and how you have distinguished that the two are one is figurative and one is literal.
So the story of the snake talking to the people is figure of speech. It's not literal. It's supposed to be just How
have you determined that?
Yeah, because if you look at how it's written, a lot of it is previous literature around that said the same thing.
Poetry,
huh?
That it was poetry.
Yeah. So if you look at the story of the snake, it's repeated multiple times in other religions, particularly in Kemet, where
that's how you determine that is metaphor.
Yeah, which you would do in any piece of text, in any literature. If I'm reading any text,
okay, you know what, Phil, please. Phil, I would like to do. I would like to do a poll. After he is done.
Yeah.
Right. So, once again, my question is: how did you test that Moses' story was true? Right.
So
I want you to get. I want you to land, right?
So
land,
so one
land,
yeah, so
and
one
when
of
you
the
land,
tests,
I'm going to do a poll to see whether or not you gave the answer. Because if you didn't give the answer, then sadly, the story of Moses falls apart. Christianity falls apart. We can just throw it in the bin. All right.
would
So
for you
yes,
for
go on.
sure.
Yeah, go on.
So
I'm waiting for
one
you.
of the tests, the test that I would do, and what the people did who were with Moses, was look at the laws of nature and see, does it make sense that there is a God outside of our universe that is the original cause of all the effects?
Phil.
No, I Ben certain he's just doing the same thing. Look at the trees. That's it.
Yeah, I know.
That's not
That's
what I
it.
said at all. That's
okay.
No, that's what you're saying in essence. That is
so this is the basic summary.
Okay.
People,
so yeah, let's assume that there was a cause. How have you determined that cause is a God?
Because
that's the problem. Let's say there was a cause. But how could you assume that cause is a God? Because that's the problem there.
Good question. The reason why the one answer why that cause is God, right? Though we would say that is because the original cause for us not to be living in infinity, right? We know that infinity is not the reality. We live in finite resources. We have finite energy and finite lives. So infinite causes and effects are impossible. So what you need is a cause that is outside of time and space. That is the original cause of the. Go ahead.
But still, even if it's outside cause, even if it's outside time and space, because time and space is unique to this universe. We don't have any other universes to compare with. Not exactly. Which means that you cannot still deposit that cause is a God because you do not know. You do not know what happened before time and space. No, it will have to be. That's an assumption. That big wrong assumption.
Okay. Just hold on. So old, are you done? Old. Did you answer the question?
Yeah, the final piece I would say is it would have the original cause, which would be God in this for the believers. It doesn't have to be for you all, but for the believers, it would have to be God because it would have to be a cause that isn't part of the chain of infinite cause and effect. It would have to be outside of time.
So it
would have to be
cause that. So for Moses, for you to figure out
For you to
the
believe that
claim
Moses is
what
right, that
was
there
right.
is a God
There
who
was a
created the heavens and
cause.
the earth,
Right.
it would
Okay,
have to
which is
be a
fine.
it would have to be a cause that isn't confined by time and space, time and space continuum, that is the universe.
Phil,
No,
Phil,
no,
Phil,
you just
Phil,
sneak in other
Hello,
things.
Afro, can
Phil,
you hear me?
As he just sneaking something in
okay,
there.
right. Tell us
No,
what it
that it will have to be something controlling time and space. No, it does not. It
How
could
do you
start it.
Control. I
It
never
could
said
put
about
it into
control.
motion, and
I didn't say
you
control.
use a word similar to control. What did you
I said
use?
outside.
He's basically using the Kalam cosmological arguments.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
he is. He is. I know that.
Yeah. St. Augustine.
But
yeah. Me,
but
you know,
but
you know
what
me,
did
you know
he
me. I'm
did he
clueless
use
with
the
all
word
those. I'm
control?
clueless with all those philosophical arguments.
Yeah.
But
So,
did
so
you use control? What did you use? Because I
yeah,
sure I heard
yeah. It just what
that
the
he will
cause
have to
would have
control what is going
the
on in
cause
time
would
and
just have to be
space.
yeah, the
Yeah,
cause would have to
but
be
if it's
outside of our
outside
time
time
and
or space,
space.
time and space, how does
Yeah,
that?
I got that, but then
Yeah.
how you said something about control time
Yeah,
and
and then it would
space
have to be that cause would also
If
so
it's
that cause
outside,
would have to
cannot
go
influence.
Frankie,
Yeah,
you
let him
say
speak. Let him speak. Let him speak first. Let him say.
something? Yeah.
Yeah,
Not only would
that cause.
not only would that cause have to be outside of time and space, that would be the cause that also created the energy that created the universe that we're in. So that's the part in the Bible that says the Holy Spirit hovered the deep of nothingness, that there was nothing.
Wait, and what
Right?
created that?
No.
Right. So that's what exactly. So if there will have to be a cause for that, then that cause would be within time and space, and there'll be infinite cause and effect.
Exactly. That's where the argument. But you're trying to like put a blockade over there, saying this is where the whole thing
that's what I'm
started.
explaining.
You don't get to
Go
do
ahead.
that because you don't know.
No, you don't get to do that. You
Gareth
don't
says,
know.
"Can I be your God?" Okay, guys.
You don't know about it.
Guys,
Can I say
let's
something?
do a poll.
Anyway,
Dabiosa,
yeah.
please. Dabiosa, please. Let's run the poll. Did we get
Hello.
a definite answer for how Moses got this claim? Right? We need an answer, because when we know what people are thinking, because you guys sometimes hear a different thing to what I'm hearing. So if we know the answer, right, that would determine whether Moses lied or Moses told the truth. Trying to say something.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
Ooh.
you know me. I'm just gonna be quiet and like I don't
only religious people are converting people, and atheists do not do that. This is what my question to you.
You're talking about in the comment section?
Yeah, no, right now I was asking you. Is that like, because I didn't hear you, so I was asking you if that
No,
what
I
you
was
saying.
basically talking about what happened in the comment section.
Oh, so
you're
you're talking about what I said. Okay.
I wasn't
When
paying
I said
attention.
that, yeah, let me respond to that. Let me explain that. So in the comment section, I was going back and forth with a few people and explaining to them that you can have a secular belief system that uses conversion just as if you were religious. And I gave them examples. Go ahead.
Okay.
I mean, you can disagree with that, but I'm just saying that was what my argument was. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm not saying if I'm right or wrong. I'm just saying, does that make sense?
It does happen, so it does make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's all I was saying. I was saying that, yes, I 100% agree that when Christians have come to you and said, Frankie, you have to believe what I believe, or you're going to hell, or I hate you, or being violent to you, they're wrong. And I'll be there fighting them with you. Does that make sense?
I mean, that wouldn't be needed. I can stand on my own, man.
I'm not saying you need it.
I get it. Yeah.
I'm not saying you need it. But do you understand that I'm agree with you?
Yes,
that
I
they're
do.
wrong?
So you
So
do
do you see that
realize
me
that
and you
religious
should
do
go
this
ahead?
the most.
Go ahead.
Realize that it's religious people that do this the most, that go around trying to convert people.
So
That's just what I'm trying to say.
So the minute I say that I'm willing to combat any religious person who tries to force convert you, we're then automatically on the same side. And that's what you don't understand.
How don't I understand that?
Because you're responding to me in a combative manner as if I'm not genuine. You called me a liar multiple times. You've interrupted me multiple times. All of these things are the things you've done because you are combative towards me as if I am the religious person trying to convert you. And I have no interest in it.
Started on the wrong foot.
Come on, Frankie.
You're not accusing.
You can't admit that you weren't combative to me?
You've been saying it like what, 10 times already?
Yes,
I'm gonna agree with you now, so you feel better because you're gonna keep saying it.
Just stop playing the reverse role on us.
Yeah,
Look,
he's just
stop playing
let
that
him do
role.
it. I don't mind.
Stop doing it. You
Because-
lying and we called your bluff. That's it. I don't want to
What
hear
did I
it.
lie about?
You lied. You
About
lied
what?
and lied. They asked you
About what
something. You
specifically?
said you need a code or something.
I
Well,
need a
I
code?
don't get you.
Phil, say that one more time. I didn't hear that part.
Oh, come on, bro.
I didn't
Come
hear
on,
that
we
part. You
passed.
said I need
We
a code.
passed
What's
that.
the
We
code?
passed all that. You wrong. You
Huh?
wrong.
Yo,
We wrong. We
the
wrong.
whole thing about Oath's argument, like his statement, the things you're saying right now, you want us to forget the fact that you're Christian and you're religious and you're pushing these kind of ideas.
No.
You try to preach to people does not take away the fact that religion actually
How you gonna tell us?
corrupts the minds of people. It actually makes people believe in things that are not real. That is what atheism is against. Like we're trying to stop this to be promoted. We are not fighting you. So if you're not in with us, if you're saying we are on the same level and you don't understand what we are doing, then how are we on the same level? We can't work
Yeah,
together.
I'll explain. Can I answer?
Answer.
Yeah. I am of the belief that the only form of conversion that is of any interest is good behavior and treating people with respect. That's it.
But how does Christianity permit that when the Bible says that atheists or non-believers are idiots? You're fools for not believing in the things of God.
And good question. Yeah. 100% good question. And first, I agree with you that most Christians do think that they have to go and argue with people, and some even think they should force you. I agree with that.
It's not a Christian. It's your Bible saying it. Your Bible directs them to do it.
I'm not done responding to him. So let me lay out what I'm saying real quick.
Yeah, but I don't make it about Christians. Make it about the Bible.
Oh,
where they
100%. Okay, well, let's go to the
these
Bible. Then.
ideas
That's fine.
from.
I can
That's
do
what
that.
the Bible says.
Can I respond? Can I
Yeah,
respond? Yeah, I have no problem with that. The Bible is very clear. The Bible is very clear that they will know you by your works and how you love one another. That is how you're supposed to express your faith and how people should be converted.
That's not all.
Not
what the Bible
only
says.
that, that's not all the Bible says. The Bible also says, how will they know if you do not tell them? That's the summary.
Guys, hold on,
Okay,
everyone.
Hold
on. All this time, there's been someone else in this place. He's just been very quiet. Femo, are you there? Don't tell me you're there still. What was that?
It's somebody. It sound like music.
Femo, are you there?
But what happened?
They might have stepped away from the mic.
He probably.
No, he's there. His mic went off. He just turned it on.
You might need to DM him.
Yeah, he's sleeping, man.
Phil,
Okay.
you mind if
He
can I respond
started
Phil?
to speak.
Yeah, like he started to speak. He started to say something. Anyway, guys, as much as this conversation is interesting, you all know
It's time to go to bed.
It's very late.
Yeah,
where I am, and you know, I'm just hoping, Old, that you go away from this conversation just realizing what's happened here, right? All your arguments just haven't held any weight at all. And if what you believe, some bits are metaphorical. Did you say they were metaphorical? What did you say they were again?
Huh?
Were they allegorical? What did you say they were again?
Yeah.
It's
It's
figurative.
literature. Every version of literature is in the Bible. Every version,
So
from literal to figurative.
Yeah, you know that.
So you know, at this point, you know, it's a joke. It's a joke. And are you willing to stake your beliefs on a book that has, since we have confirmed that the contents are just not true, unless if there is a way for you to prove that Moses was telling the truth, or whoever wrote Genesis was telling, if there's a means to test it, if there's a means to figure this out, then yeah, you're onto something. But otherwise, it falls apart. Christianity, any religion that subscribes to that story of Adam and Eve, and never mind all those silly people that go and tell people, it's not Adam and Steve, it's Adam and Eve. There was no Adam and Eve, none. Anyway, guys, I'll let you all say your last words, and let's get out of here. Who wants to go first?
I will just say that again, you can't make a connection with the cosmological argument to get to the God. You are just assuming, you're making a biggie. You do not know what the cause was, so you can't say it is God.
Yeah, I think I'm
to that point.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil.
Yeah, so to the religious people out there that mostly come on. So the thing is, I'm an atheist, and my goal is not to attack any religious person, but I'm gonna shame religion at any chance that I get for what the lies that it actually promotes. So if you find me here, you'd mostly assume that people like me are just trying to attack religion. That's not the case. I mean, we know what religion is about, and the goal is actually to expose the lies that it is, and nothing more. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you. Femo's asleep.
Yeah, I think they knocked out.
Okay. Right, Old?
Yeah, my last piece is to say is that.
Hang on. Femo, you there?
Mm-hmm.
You're there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, Old. You say what you got to say. Old?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, my last piece is I think everybody should have a really detailed study of African history and really observe the movements that we led for independence and freedom, that were our strongest movements, and look at how many of them used religion and spirituality, but did not make it mandatory for people to come together. People should look at people like Sekou Touré. People should look at people like Patrice Lumumba. People should understand people like Kwame Nkrumah. People should understand all of these people, Julius Nyerere. People should, if you're in the States, people like Martin Luther King. All of these people were spiritual, but they didn't mandate that. So our people are fundamentally spiritual, culturally speaking. Not everyone, but culturally speaking, it's a value of ours. But we shouldn't use it as a point of division. Everybody, atheist, Christian, Muslim, must come together to better our community.
So did you just say that we should go back to the African spirituality? Did I get that right?
I mean,
what
I
did you
think that's
say?
good for some. No, I didn't say that, but I support those who do.
Okay. All right then. So ditch the Bible, he says, and yep, go on to which I can ride with that. I can ride
Hey,
with that.
I support everybody who's Ifa, Yoruba, everybody who practice Santeria, all of that.
Everybody. Okay. And of course, you told me that I'm going to heaven anyway. So whatever I do, I got my heaven card. Old has given me my heaven card. So
If you contribute to the community in a positive manner, yes.
What do you mean?
If you contribute to your community in a positive manner, if you're a good person, if you do right by your community and build it up.
Well, yeah. You think you're the only one who wants to walk on the streets of gold? I want to walk on gold as well.
Yeah, just support your community and build Africa.
Support my community. I get to walk on gold. I
exactly.
like it.
That's
Thank you. I like it. Okay, Femo.
He gone.
Not again. Femo, you there? Femo.
Yeah.
Femo. Femo, you must be tired then.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. No worries. Listen, next time we're baback on live. Just come a bit early and we can chop it up. Because I'm interested in knowing about your combination of Islam and Christianity. That's combo. I'm curious to know how do you combine Christianity and Islam?
Yeah, a lot of people do.
No. They are completely opposed to one another. Unless there's cherry picking going on. That's the only way it can work.
Yes.
Otherwise, they're diametrically opposed to each other. In a world where Allah exists, Yahweh cannot exist in that world. It's impossible. Never mind these people that it's the same one God. It's the same God. Yeah, you can say that, but then the beliefs and everything the Christians believe in completely just yeah. Wow. And when I was growing up, we used to be told that all Muslims were going to hell, all of them.
That's terrible.
Because they got the wrong religion. I'm telling you, that's
no. A lot of Christians believe that. That's terrible.
Yeah, I'm told that all of them are on there, and a lot of Muslims are said they're told the same thing too. All Christians are on their way to hell.
No, that's terrible.
Anyway, everyone. Thank you all so much. Listen, if you're not following me, please make sure to follow me. And go over to YouTube. Follow me on YouTube. I'm the Afro Atheist. And my backup account, because you guys, TikTok, you all know what TikTok is like. So my backup account is the Afro Skeptic. I suggest please follow me on there. I need to try and get that to 1,000 followers, so that if this ever goes off, I can go live on that one. So please, the Afro Skeptic. Please, I beg you all, please follow the Afro Skeptic.
Thank you for having me. This was great.
Yes, and guys, this is what do. This is what we do here. We have conversation about religion. Nobody needs to fight to get to where we are going. Right?
Be civil.
100%.
Yeah. We can have this right, Raskilo. You know what, guys? Before we go, I want Raskilo to tell us about his God.
Oh my God! I mean,
hey y'all, I'm gonna head out.
Oh my God! We need to know about Raskilo's God.
You know, I'm being selfish right now. Afro, please let me keep my God to myself.
No. Please Convert us to your God, please.
Oh,
I'm begging you to please convert
if
us to your
Sky
God.
says so, then let me. Sky say I should tell you. So let me tell you. So when you eat in the morning, you eat some heavy food in the morning, and you have some indigestions and stuff. You eat some fruits. At that process that you feel like your stomach is growling, that is when my God exists. And then you just shoot down, boom. That's the existence of my
God. How smelly is your God?
Woo. I mean, he is very smelly. Very smelly. He is very smelly. But he makes you feel comfortable. After, you do everything. You're just comfortable.
Do I have to worship him?
Oh, yes, you have to.
What?
Because when he dies in 3 days and you don't poop, you're dead.
Someone said they're praying to your God right now. Daviosa is praying to your God right now. Oh,
I
wow.
know. Daviosa, be careful.
I hope he's not.
Oh, someone wants to know whether your God was made flesh too.
Man, my God is never flesh. My God is the food you eat. Did the person hear me right? When you eat some food, that's my God. That's all it is. If you guys accept somebody coming up here telling you that oil comes from your brain, goes in your spine,
Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't.
And is God,
Please don't
why
do
don't
that.
you want to believe
I'm gonna end. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I can give you all a end on a nice a joke.
Okay, go on.
Moses saw God's booty. That's what it literally means.
Wait, hang on. Wait, Moses
His
saw
hands.
Huh?
Booty.
Yeah. No, but how?
He saw
What do you
God's
mean?
booty.
It's
God
not
showed him
adding
his
up.
booty. Yeah, when God passed and put his hand over Moses, because Moses wanted to see all of God, and God
Right.
said, "No, you can't see my back," because the back represented it was like turning your back on is like a curse or so. But God showed him Moses his booty. That's what Moses saw.
But God was hiding in the bushes.
No, I mean when he went on Mount Sinai.
Oh,
Right?
okay,
yeah.
okay.
And he passed, yeah. And God's hand was removed. Moses saw God's booty. God showed
But
him his
you know,
booty.
when you say that, Phil,
And that's what it is.
when you say that, Phil, God had a really funny kind of relationship with Moses. It's like this back and forth between him and Moses. 1 minute he's showing himself or showing his booty to Moses. Next minute he's calling him up there to come and get some stones, right? Moses breaks the stones, then Moses goes back again. Then he's like, "Oh, Moses, go and rescue these people." Moses does everything, and then at the end, Moses he tells Moses, "Nah, I changed my mind." What? Anyway, everyone. Someone said that they're lovers. Let me. It's like bickering husband and wife at each other. Right, everyone.
Well,
good night.
Just go over with this that God shows his booty. Good night.
Good night,
All
everyone.
right.
Good night.
Good night,
All
everyone.
right. Good night. Good night, guys.
Night.